We're also live on YouTube Live, vertical, if you're interested. If I ever talk this way, instead of talking to my vertical setup, thanks to an amazing mod, though I'm gonna try and have a much better setup next time. Thanks, Scrolls, for all the tutorial videos. Didn't have time to get to them today. It's been a busy week. I don't know if you're like me, but sometimes time can just slip away. Also, let's see if I can see. I don't know if you could tell. It's a little dark back there. That little hint of black and white. That little goddess over there. That's my dog Sugar. Let's see. You see her? A little bit. You can see her a little bit better on vertical live. She's going to town, little like bull. Got something called Yipitor. I know it sounds like doggy liver medication, but wonderful little device. Keeps her busy and keeps her from being off my back for a little while, because she could be a little needy. Sugar can be very needy. So, welcome Ink and Play. Welcome. So normally what we do is we start off the stream kind of creating a little bit of fiction. Oh, and Meowfa's here! Meowfa with my little dancing dinosaur. Thank you, Meowfa. I appreciate you so much. You know, I missed that last week. I had a terrible week. I didn't feel like I danced at all. And now I have a little motion in the ocean from my little dancing dinosaur. Thank you so much. Also, I don't know if anybody cares, but a brief shout out to my mother for this wonderful mug. That is a stack of books, because she knows how much I like to write, that I've filled with a little tea, a little writer's fuel to start the day. My goodness. Oh, it's so nice. Oh, so nice. Okay, so, how's it going? Most people are wondering, well, where do these ideas come from? You write a new story every week. Sometimes people have a hard time generating story. I didn't come in with an idea. I knew I wanted to kind of make sure I didn't spend too much time on this. We have a lot to get to. I'm trying to catch up on things this particular stream. So I want to show you something. This is my notebook. This is my notebook. One of many that I have as a writer, where I just free write, and I just automatic write. What does that mean? Well, it means I scribble whenever I don't have anything. I write down first words that come to mind, and I'm going to share with you how bad ideas can be on the way to leading towards something that is something that grabs your attention, something that grabs your interest, something that you do want to write about. Zoink! 388. No, not a Bible. Not a Bible. Well, you know, maybe my Bible as a writer. It's the blank page. It's just blank pages. Just blank pages. But today I did some free writing. I'm just going to read what I free wrote, right? So right before the stream, to kind of warm up my own brain to get ready to talk to everybody here on the internet. And knowing that I had to get my creative juices flowing, I auto-wrote, is what I would call it, I guess. Past tense. And it's a bunch of gibberish until it gets to something that interests me, right? So I'm going to be free writing a story from scratch today. I hope you like it. And here it goes. It goes, Moon Man, alone and glowing, staring down to the blue marble. Hey, fever, a time to shine, let alone be enough. Fire, right, to right, try, and try again. Fools, all of you, alone in this castle made of vines, intertwined, let alone new. Try to survive by Walden Pond, abscond, alas, trash, flash, a barber stuck in the past. can't let go and all alone. Phone home from the moon. Hey June, hey June, hey Jude, stay fray. Aloud and towed, a plate of spaghetti whenever you're ready, a cup of wine, dash of snap snap, my good sir, the gorger, the insatiable feasters lined up to dine, always something new, something better, a letter, a patter of butter, slathered in syrup, a line of little rich ants in their Sunday best, elastic waists at their worst, the gluttony above the starving, SUVs versus the buses, the workers take more bacon, I ask. And that's it. That's what I wrote. And why did I stop there? It's like, well, you know what? I could have written about a man on the moon, I guess, which was like the first thing that kind of came to mind. But honestly, I didn't really want to. I thought, oh, if I write about a man on the moon, it's singular. Who's the relationship with? It's going to be difficult to muster up something interesting. It's got to be a relationship between man versus nature, man versus himself. And I've never been to the moon, you know? It's a little bit of write what you know. I would be speculating and using my imagination, sure, to be writing about what it would be like to be a lone man on the moon. But what am I trying to say? What is he trying to accomplish? And the truth is, I don't know. I didn't have anything, so I kept rambling and writing. There was something about living in a castle with intertwined vines or something like that. Play on words, kind of inspired. Felt like another piece of loneliness down on Earth, right? Something grounded. Okay, well, I have been alone on Earth. Emery, U4E. I think you meant hey, maybe? Hey, how's it going? Nice to see you. Thanks for joining in. Appreciate it. Also, you know, if you ever want to join us on my Twitch live stream or my YouTube live stream, feel free to go to youtube.com/@DerrickDenicola, DerrickDenicola. If you want the expensive seats, so to speak. And you'll be able to see there what exactly I'm actually writing on screen. Someone at school pulled the fire alarm. Oh, hey, jeez. Well, enjoy the break, I guess. I hope it's not serious. I hope there is no fire and you just get to step out of your history class, get a breath of fresh air. Let's see. What's going on here? Oh. All right. What is next? Oh, and then I really started to resonate. What we do is we kind of wait. I say we. I don't know. Me. I wait till I emotionally resonate with something. This kind of snap, snap, wine, endless brunch, gluttony. I could fill with more rich characters. It's just a little bit more specific than loneliness, and I was like, ooh, there's a lot of great imagery. I've worked in food service before, so I can describe a lot of food related items, as it were. And I guess even saying like my food service history makes it the most familiar. And so I would probably do something like write it from a first person point of view. So we need to establish who's telling the story. Nice house, by the way. Oh, thank you so much. I know you're seeing just a smidgen of it, but you know, it's an apartment. It's cool. Unfortunately, the camera's pointing in probably to like the least interesting part of it, but that is by design. For trying to stalk me, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Emery. Also, let's see. So with the story, I'm going to on my horizontal stream. If you want to click over, totally fine. If not, hang out with me here. I don't care. We're going to start building some parameters, right? Let me go ahead and make some adjustments so everybody can see the work that I'm doing. How is school treating you? I feel bad asking, but you know, like, what's the vibe in school these days? Without getting too specific or giving away any of your personal information, of course. Okay, open up this Pages document. Always with the format. There we go. There we go. This is it. This is our lovely Pages document, which you can see on Twitch and YouTube live stream. What are we talking about? Short stories. So today is February 24th, 2026. And we have a character. I guess it's taking place from the POV of a server working a brunch buffet. And let's see. So we have co-stars, tertiary characters, secondary characters, which would be maybe rich folks, being I like to call it snappy, meaning, but it also means entitled. We have retired, maybe older folks. Who can't even eat most of the buffet. Let's see. Let's have some more characters. Maybe 3. Hey, Half-Blood, what's up? How's it going? Nice to see you. I'm over on my Twitch stream and my YouTube live stream, and for the first part of my stream, I usually free write. Create a short story out of nothing, and then try and basically write between 2 and 3 pages in under an hour. Leave it be. I'll come back to it and edit it if I like it and think it's worth the time. But until then, it just helps me get started with my day, jumpstart my creative brain. Yeah. So, yeah, let's see. Let's see if I can do this just real quick. Whoop. Let's do a quick shot at the screen that we're making here for our story to help guide me, to help me remember. Thank you, Half-Blood. Appreciate it. I do need all the luck I can get. Also outside of writing. Just in life, I'll take all the luck you're giving. We also have rich folks, retired. We have the other help, quote unquote. Tired, underpaid labor. And let's see. And then we also have, enough characters. This is a short story. We can't really just list who's at a buffet. That's not a story. Bye. Have a good day. Thanks so much for stopping in. I appreciate you. And the time that you did give me. Love it. Thank you so much. And let's see. Okay, so we need a beginning. We need a middle. And we need an end. This is just a rough way to get an outline started, right? So This is a substitute for Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, different names for the same thing. We have a character who is part of the help, underpaid, hungry, serving brunch to I don't know. It feels like you want to say elites, but buffets aren't necessarily the elites. It's almost like the privileged. The privileged. It's with an I. That's why. Okay, here we go. The privileged, and it also makes me think location is on a cruise ship. I feel like this is kind of where this would happen. Yo, Gabriel St. Artist, what's up? Thanks for joining me on the Vertical Live. I appreciate you. If you ever want to hop on over to the good seats, you know where to find me. Okay, so we have a beginning. We're kind of establishing what does our character want, right? Maybe maybe he didn't get a chance to have breakfast, or maybe it's something deeper. Maybe he wants vengeance? Equality? Not quite sure. But the middle would be, let's see, the fun and games. Would be the envy, the jealousy, the plotting to sneak food during his shift, perhaps? Thank you! Oh, Half-Blood, thanks for subbing. I appreciate you. That means the world. That's fantastic. Thanks, man. And you even had to go and took the time to subscribe, so if you're still there, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Plotting to sneak food during a shift, and then what is the end, you know? The end is, well, we can always figure out what the end is by kind of looking at the beginning, or vice versa. Vice versa. Official bin pop. I think I know you. Hey, maybe you do. It's very possible. I did beg all of my friends to subscribe, so. Do you live in New York? I swear I've seen you. No. I am so sorry. No, I have been and worked in New York, but no longer than 3 months. Decades ago, if I'm giving away my age. But I'm a Los Angeles person. Resident. A Los Angeles person. What does that even mean? I'm a Los Angeles resident for over a decade now. Well over a decade. Over 2 decades. Oh my god. I'm really a Los Angelino. I was born and raised in Louisiana though, so there's a lot of southern that creeps up every now and again, y'all. Let me see. End. I'm thinking about like maybe like a fire alarm. Oh wait, getting to eat. You know, you have to think of it like, what does the character want? Well, if he's hungry and everybody else is eating but him, and this is a weird little short story that hopefully is small and relatable, but commentary on class is maybe what I'm hoping it'll turn out to be. You never really know. But getting to eat, not getting to eat. No one gets to eat Everyone gets to eat. Right? These are kind of the big, broad options. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to blow these out, which is like sneaks food, quits, becomes a passenger. You know, in order to, he has to like join the people that he hates in order to that, I mean, that says something thematically, right? Then we have not getting to eat, which is, you know, starving, being punished. It's almost like no food for you, little like soup Nazi reference, I guess. No one gets to eat, poisons food, throws it all overboard. And the marine life eats it. Kind of like giving it back to nature, maybe. Everyone gets to eat is also the barriers are broken. Gluttony and greed is overcome. And everyone has a seat at the table. Okay. Here's the strongest. I think it's this one and this one. That one doesn't really feel grounded in reality. And neither does this one. Poison's food is pretty wicked, I think. There's something about this that is a little bit more poignant. So I'm gonna leave with him becoming a passenger. It's if you can't beat him, join him is probably the theme. Or that very famous Batman quote, like, we all live long. If a hero lives long enough, they eventually become the monster. Something like that. That's kind of the direction. I'm kind of developing some notes to play with, some tone, like what I'm expecting the story to be. Let me check the chat. 13012. Hi, how's it going? How are you today? What's going on? Have you already bounced out of the room? I'm sorry, I was in the writing groove and I missed the chat. You know, Gabriel St. Art is over in the YouTube Live, and he says the first class seats are nice, which is true. If you want to, you know, skip ads and stuff, this is the place to do it. Let me see. I feel like this can use a little work. I'm gonna clean this up, just my page layout before I start writing. I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind. If you do, oh well. Oh well. Does everybody like my cool otter t-shirt that my wife got for me? This looks a little cleaner. Yes, I'm happy with this. I'm happy with that. Okay. Doing good. Okay, good. Excellent. 13012. It's so funny that you started typing 13 and ended with 12. Love the screen name. Fantastic. What are you doing today? Are you writing today? Is it just me out there? Does everybody have their writer fuel? And, you know, if you have the means, it's so cool to have a special cup, is what I would say. If you have the means, you know, this Christmas, your birthday, any sort of gift-giving holiday, give yourself a nice mug. All right. Our writers, we know that the story isn't going to write itself. So, what are we gonna do? We're gonna get to writing. Do this. Let's get to this original fiction. Okay. How do I want to start this story? Okay. Well, let's just start with typing. Ship pitched. Oh, it's starboard and sides of the ship, marine terms. It's port to starboard. As I ran through the kitchen, tucking in the last loose bit, last loose fold of my uniform. Separate this a little bit. Hey, welcome, y'all, to the YouTube Live. I'm just doing a little free writing today. Today I'm free writing about gluttony. And if you're interested, you could always check out my Twitch live stream, my YouTube live stream, to actually visually see all of the writing that I do. The ship pitched port to starboard as I ran through the kitchen, tucking in the last loose fold of my uniform. This morning, it was my job to man the, what station? Let's see, we have like the raw bar, we have the crabs, we have the shrimp, we have, you know, the breakfasty stuff, the omelet station with the bacon and the sausage, and they have like a little dessert thing with like little tea cakes and donuts and stuff, hot food. I like the omelet bar. This morning it was my job to man the omelet bar. If ever the ship, if ever the cruise liner seemed low on greasy bacon, heartburn-inducing pork sausage. Or heaven forbid, sugar. Sugar-dusted pancakes or waffles. It would be my job to replenish and reassure. To replenish and reassure the insatiable passengers. And more would be coming momentarily. I, however, did not have the pleasure of a breakfast or a dinner the night before. Let's say sailing through the Gulf. The liner did. The liner encountered rough waters, spreading nausea throughout. I have a feeling I need more synonyms for ship. The vessel, the boat. The vessel. Sinks and garbage pail. We're brimming with yesterday's lunch. Making this morning's feast savage. What do you want? I want to just say like it's they're anticipating. Sometimes you have to say this, right? Sometimes in order to like get the words, you're like, how do I say that this guy is anticipating that this particular brunch is going to be more savage than ones in the past? And it's like, well, I just said it. Like now. This simple wave of a synonym for nausea. Seasickness. Of course, a simple wave of seasickness only created anticipation amongst the crew. Storm cloud of foreboding fear. Today, the savages would be out and they would be starving. I don't like savages though. What do we call this? Forcing me to come up with a title right here, right now. Can't. If you can't beat them, buffet them. I don't know. I'll change the title. Haven't really figured out what the story's about. Let me check the chat. Everybody's still doing okay. Cool. Love it. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Sorry, I need to create some space on this document so you guys can see where I am at. You'll be starving. Burners clicked on. Igniting fire underneath the iron pans. Chafing dish after chafing dish was wheeled out by cart to their respective stations, filling the displays with cakes, shrimp. I want to kind of put a bunch of stuff together that you would normally have together. Like my first idea was like cakes and cookies and donuts, right? It's like cakes and shrimp, and it's like, what if we can, how much food can we name to where if you like ate all of that in one sitting, you feel kind of sick or nauseous yourself. Cakes. Oh wait, I wanted to change savages, didn't I? I didn't like that. It just didn't ring right. The brutes, the monsters, the fiends, the heathens, the feral. Ooh, something about feral, something about brutes. Something about brutes or beasts kind of emphasizes that cruel, animalistic, inhuman behavior. Okay, the beasts. Brutes. I think the brutes. The burners clicked on, igniting fire underneath the iron pans. Chafing dish after chafing dish was wheeled up by cart to the respective stations, filling the displays with cakes, shrimp, pastas. Cakes, shrimp, pastas. Deviled eggs. Spare ribs. Salads. Caesar salads. How can we get? Let's get more specific. Blueberry. Flan instead of cakes. Rock shrimp with cocktail sauce. Right? It's more interesting when we can get specific. Let's see, a pesto, pasta, pesto pastas topped with shaved almonds, sprinkled with bacon and paprika. Barbecue spare ribs with chunky yellow potato salad. We already have a salad, kind of salad on top of a salad. Hey, what's up? No, sir. No idea who you are, but have a nice day. Hey, thanks. Hey, we need a little more kindness in the world. I appreciate you and your nice day. You have a nice day as well. Let's keep spreading that love around, shall we? Also, if you want to check out what I'm actually doing, I'm writing live. So if you ever wanted to, go to my YouTube or Twitch channel. Links are in the description. You can actually see what I'm doing live here. But thanks for stopping by. It means a lot. I appreciate you. Okay, let's see. When the burners clicked on, igniting the fire. Let's see. Ooh, okay, so if the burners clicked on, we're talking about hot food. So it makes me want to take this shrimp with cocktail sauce and put it do and to end this sentence. Buckets of ice were dumped into a glass display to chill and hold, almost like pallets of rock shrimp with cocktail sauce. Mediterranean oysters. Let's see. Pre-shucked Mediterranean oysters with champagne mignonette. That's how you spell it. Okay, good to know. And at least a third seafood thing. There's oysters, there's shrimp, there's clams or crab legs, or dismembered, pre-boiled crab legs, awaiting to be suckled with a garlic butter sauce, something like that. Okay. Okay, so what are we doing here? Let's always check my little notes. Beginning, who is a part of the help. So the POV is a worker, character, server, working a brunch cafe, rich folks being snappy and entitled. So let's get to the heart of it. We kind of introduce our main character. We're seeing what he's seeing. We've definitely built the location out. We don't want to get hung up in location. That's really not moving the story forward, right? Let's see. So checking let's do one more. So dang, I'm gonna be completely contradictory to what I just said. Blueberry flan, deviled eggs. So I want to put hot food in the chafing dish, cold food in the thing, and then like almost have like 3 acts of food, and then like have little desserts as like a description. Tiers of shelves. Harvard. Blueberry tartlets. Flan drenched in actually chocolate cakes drizzled in raspberry, strawberry, both flour and flourless. And what else can we do? Cakes. With spires of icing and sprinkles. Of course. And of course, off to the side. The cornerstone of cavity creation. The ice cream bar. Pints and pints of chocolate, strawberry, pistachio, lemon sorbet, salted caramel, rocky road, and praline. Slowly softening in the warm morning air. Wait to be scooped. Something like that. Okay, now let's move on. Shall we? Y'all. Yeah, I'll scroll up so you can see. I'm just realizing that you can't see what I'm doing. Let's get to the heart of it. Now we need some conflict. Then it happened. The doors were locked into their open position. Sorry, I have a dog who's very needy. One moment. What's going on here? Was this dry as a bone. Damn, sure. Here, give this a try. Give that a try, huh? Okay, sorry about that, everybody. Sorry about that. I am just constantly held hostage by my very lovely and cute but needy dog who constantly needs to have attention or be fed. And she knows that she can hijack my stream. She has learned. She has learned. She's adapted. She has learned. How's the chat doing, by the way? How is everybody? Everybody's still doing good. Okay, nothing's changed. Let's keep going. Then it happened. The doors were locked into their open position. Teaming. I felt like I wanted to use team. Make sure I'm using it right. Yeah. Soon. The empty floors were teeming with hungry beasts. Some dressed in jammies, others dressed in their Sunday best. All of them were at their worst. To watch humans become insects. Say, my stomach growled as I watched humans become insects, flying and flitting to any vacant spot on the buffet line, taking tongs and placing hoarding hash browns, and filling their plates to the edge. With as many many treats, as many, I don't want to say food's too generic, but let's take a look at some food synonyms, huh? Sustenance, nutrition, nourishment, cooking, cuisine. Cuisine, that feels nice. As much cuisine as possible. Meal's not meant to mesh. I feel like I've used greasy too. Greasy synonym. But always got to increase that lexicon. Always great to do word puzzles, like crosswords as well. Get some fantastic words out of that. They're oily. Oily has a very specific feel to it, right? Their oily lips sucking down coffee with their clams. You know, what else doesn't go together? Let's see, what else? What else? Huh. Mm-hmm. There's some other foods that don't go together. This is tough, by the way. Lamb, cream, spaghetti. Man, this might be the toughest part of the story. Does anybody out there want to recommend to me food that does not go together that we could find on a cruise ship? I'm kind of needing some help here. Maybe it's just the that I live in America, but it all seems like people are willing to shove everything together.
Did you do ceviche and coffee?
I did. I used my own example. One time I went to a restaurant and I ordered like shrimp cocktail or ceviche, and I'm like, ooh, you know what? I'd love to have a coffee as well. And that was terrible. Cold, raw, with hot, bitter. Terrible, terrible. Spaghetti marinara with marinara and corn. Pizza and green beans. Vegetable and gelatin. Oh, that vegetable and gelatin's pretty good, right? That's pretty terrible. The office says, Nom, thank you so much for the motivation. I was kind of hoping I would get an answer, but I'll get it. It's not your job to write this. It's mine. It's mine. So their oily lips sucking down coffee with their clams. What do we say? Vegetables intermixing with lime gelatin. Now it helps be more specific. Corn on the cob. Not intermixing, but rubbing up against lime gelatin. Now that I say lime gelatin, like lime juice on a corn on the cob actually seems like it would go together. But you know, I think the point is still getting hit home here. Let's see. Chocolate and fish. Yeah. So coffee and clams, corn on the cob. with bits of lime gelatin. Fish and cheese. Salmon and what cheeses start with S? I just feel like clams are already seafood. I just feel like I'm being redundant. This is something that I shouldn't be getting hung up on. Let's see, chocolate and onion, vinegar, you know? Chocolate sponge cakes, soaking up the vinegar heavy dishes. There's like a lot of vinegar in buffalo sauce, right? So like maybe soaking up the buffalo sauce from hot wings. Feels like this should be the last sentence. Corn on the cob with bits of lime. Corn on the cob mixed with bits of lime gelatin, chocolate sponge cake soaking up the buffalo sauce. Actually, this sentence should be fixed too. So all these sentences were written in the wrong order, but chocolate sponge cake soaking up the buffalo sauce from hot wings as their plates jostle as they jostle to their table. Corn on the cob. Mixing with bits of lime gelatin, their oily lips sucking down coffee with their clams. Okay, fantastic. Well, speaking of food, I need a little bit more writer's fuel. I missed last week's stream, y'all, and man, I feel rusty coming back. Just 1 week not writing will do it, huh? It's pretty crazy. Okay. This tea should get me hopped up. What's up, live stream? How you doing? Goodbye. Man, easy come, easy go on that vertical live stream, huh? So easy to scroll. Anywho. Chocolate sponge cake soaking up the buffalo sauce from hot wings as they jostle to their table. Corn on the cob mixing with bits of lime gelatin, their oily lips sucking down coffee with their clams. As disgusting as they seemed, I was jealous. And if anything, to have a plate of whatever I saw fit, only to my only consequence being a nap in the sunlight, some potential diarrhea. When I joined the cruise line, thought would be fun. Sorry, y'all. I have to ban somebody. They never stop, do they? They never stop. Ooh-wee. Okay. When I joined the cruise line, I thought it would be fun. I thought I'd feel the world and work hard, but apart from port to port. Hoped I meet new and interesting people. The only people you get to know on a cruise ship are your own co-workers, or just more versions of myself. Hopefuls with low dreamers with a small bank account and a sense of adventure. They all sleep in tight quarters. They all eat old or stale, tasteless food. And we all and all of our feet ache from standing, working for long, swaying hours. It's a bit cool to be a worker on a luxury cruise liner. It's like going to a zoo and watching the animals have it better than you do. Imagine Imagine seeing the elephants getting pedicures, the penguins having a yoga class, having a sunrise yoga class. The toucans having their feathers conditioned. It's your job to scoop up their shit. I actually don't mind being too, don't mind being so nice to animals. It seems nice. I would love that kind of zoo. Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but it's a story and we have to finish it. Let's go back to our beginning. So, the envy, the jealousy, the plotting to sneak food during his shift. Months and months. Let's see. Watching with envy. Growing resentment. My chest. A growling hunger in my stomach. My mind wandered. Could be worth losing this job over. A piece of avocado toast. The indignity when becoming too much to bear. Haha, bear. What am I gonna say? Who else? Retired older folks. These beasts were undeserving. Snapping fingers in the house wives in matching velour. I don't know how to spell velour actually. Velour. Oh. There's a U. Okay. Never had to type that. Just realized. Never had to type it. The snapping fingers of the housewives and matching pink velour. The elderly, too old to eat anything besides the oatmeal and soft eggs, and have the benefits of century old retirement plan. And allow them to live into their 70s without having to have a job. Why then? Why not me? I kept thinking over and over again as I refilled the what? Bacon, sausage, and a bunch of breakfast food. And we said hash browns, pancakes, waffles. We kind of mentioned it all. All breakfast food was. You know, maybe an English breakfast. I'm thinking like baked beans. As I refilled the muffin basket. I'm just a faceless employee. Shouldn't be too difficult for me to be a faceless guest, faceless passenger. Excused myself to the bathroom. And I went to my cabin instead. I dressed myself in my most innocuous clothes, jean shorts, t-shirt I bought in the gift shop, my first day, just to be safe, biggest pair of sunglasses I owned. Pulled my baseball cap down low and headed back to the commissary. And grabbed a plate. I stood in line. No one said anything. Maria, a co-worker, scuttled past me without so much as a second glance as she swept up crumbles of brownies. Some kids I dropped because fingers were too tiny to support their weight. On my plate with anything I wanted. Feeling like didn't feel, let's see, I didn't feel deserving. Felt ashamed. I took my tray of oysters, ribs, cakes to the sun deck and slowly devoured them as I watched the great turbines, the crews of the ship churn up the frothy blue ocean. I pulled the meat from the bone with my teeth. I sucked. I slurped the brine. My oily lips. Okay. Into my hunger was satiated. My well, my hunger was satiated. My honor dwindled. My shame rose. I went back to my cabin and awaited the diarrhea I deserved. Okay, a little funny ending, I guess, there, but we have one, two, like a little two-pager, nothing crazy. Okay. Little something about gluttony, class, shame, pride, dignity. There we go. So let's just do a quick little read through and then we'll move on to other stuff that we have to do because it's a big writing day. Here's my writing fuel. Once again, here we go. I don't know if I really like this, but it's something. Here we go. The ship pitched port to starboard as I ran through the kitchen, tucking in the last loose fold of my uniform. This morning, it was my job to man the omelet bar. If ever the cruise liner seemed low on greasy bacon, heartburn-inducing pork sausage, or heaven forbid, sugar-dusted pancakes or waffles, it would be my job to replenish and reassure the insatiable passengers that more would be coming momentarily. However, did not have the pleasure of a breakfast or a dinner the night before. Sailing through the Gulf, the liner encountered rough waters, spreading nausea throughout the vessel. Sinks and garbage pails were brimming with yesterday's lunch. The simple wave of seasickness only created anticipation amongst the crew, a storm cloud of foreboding fear. I guess foreboding is kind of fear. A storm cloud of fear. Today, the brutes would be out, and they would be starving. The burners clicked on, igniting fire underneath the iron pans. Chafing dish after chafing dish was wheeled out by cart to their respective stations, filling the displays with pesto pastas topped with shaved almonds, deviled eggs sprinkled with bacon and paprika, and barbecue spare ribs with chunky yellow potato salad. Buckets of ice were dumped into a glass display to chill and hold pallets of rock shrimp with cocktail sauce, pre-shucked Mediterranean oysters with champagne mignonette, dismembered and pre-boiled crab legs waiting to be suckled with garlic butter sauce. Tiers of shelves harbored blueberry tartlets, flan drenched in dulce de leche, chocolate cakes drizzled in raspberry and strawberry, both floured and flourless, yellow cakes with spires of icing and sprinkles, and of course, off to the side, the cornerstone of cavity creation, the ice cream bar, pints and pints of chocolate, vanilla, strawberry pistachio, lemon sorbet, salted caramel, rocky road, and pralines, slowly softening in the warm morning air, waiting to be scooped. Then it happened. The doors were locked into their open position. Soon the empty floor was teeming with hungry beasts, some dressed in pajamas, others dressed in their Sunday best. All of them were at their worst. My stomach growled as I watched humans become insects, flying and flitting to any vacant spot on the buffet line, taking tongs, hoarding hash browns, and filling their plates to the edge with as much cuisine as possible. Meals not meant to mesh. Chocolate sponge cakes soaking up the buffalo sauce from hot wings as they jostled to their table. Corn on the cob mixing with bits of lime gelatin, their oily lips sucking down coffee with their clams. As disgusting as they seemed, I was jealous. I'd give anything to have a plate of whatever I saw fit, with my only consequence being a nap in the sunlight and some potential diarrhea. When I joined the cruise line, I thought it would be fun. I thought I'd sail the world and work hard, and party from port to port. Hoped I'd meet new and interesting people, but the only people you get to know on a cruise ship are your own. My co-workers are just more versions of myself, dreamers with a small bank account and a sense of adventure. We all sleep in tight quarters. We all eat stale, tasteless food, and all of our feet ache from standing and working for long, swaying hours. It's a bit cruel to be a worker on a luxury cruise liner. It's like going to a zoo and watching the animals have it better than you do. Imagine seeing the elephants getting pedicures, the penguins having a sunrise yoga class, and the toucans having their feathers conditioned. And it's your job to scoop up their shit. Months and months at sea, watching with envy. A growing resentment in my chest, a growling hunger in my stomach. It could be worth losing this job over a piece of avocado toast. The indignity was becoming too much to bear. These beasts were undeserving. The snapping fingers of the housewives in matching pink velour, the elderly too old to eat anything besides the oatmeal and soft eggs, who had the benefits of a century-old retirement plan that allowed them to live into their 70s without having to have a job. It's a very muddled sentence that I don't like. Why them? Why not me? I kept thinking over and over again as I refilled the muffin basket. If I'm just a faceless employee, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to be a faceless passenger. I excused myself to go to the bathroom, but I went to my cabin instead. I dressed myself in my most innocuous clothes. Jean shorts, a t-shirt I bought from the gift shop on my first day, and just to be safe, the biggest pair of sunglasses I owned. I pulled my baseball cap down low and headed back to the commissary. Now, one of the herd I grabbed a plate and I stood in line. No one said anything. Maria, a co-worker, scuttled past me with not so much as a second glance as she swept up crumbles of brownies some kids had dropped because their fingers were too tiny to support their weight. I filled my plate with anything I wanted, but I didn't feel dessert. This belongs here. I guess I'm doing a little editing now. I filled my plate with oysters, ribs, and cakes. And took them to the sun deck. Looking over my shoulder. I devoured them as I watched the great turbines of the ship churn up the frothy blue ocean. I pulled the meat from the bone. I ripped the meat from the bone with my teeth. I slurped the brine with my oily lips, and I shoved the cake frosting first into my mouth, the sugar wedging itself between my teeth. While my hunger was satiated, my honor dwindled. I wanted, but I didn't feel deserving. I wanted to feel, what's privileged? Synonyms. What's up? How's it going? Welcome to the live chat. Appreciate you being here. Just in case you're wondering, I'm actually writing live on my live stream on Twitch and YouTube Live. Links are in the description if you're interested in checking out what I'm actually writing. But otherwise, you can just hear me narrate it. I'm trying to find a synonym for privilege that doesn't or feel fortunate. But instead, I felt ashamed. Need a shame synonym. Sense of embarrassment welled up inside me as Jason put a towel over some spilt orange juice. Kept my face hidden. Went back to my cabin and awaited the diarrhea I deserved. Okay, there we go. That's better. It's not great, but it's something. If you can't beat them, buffet them. That's it. It's 1:30. We did it. We wrote like a little short story challenge. There you go. I'm gonna go ahead and save this bad boy. If you're writing too, use this as your reminder to go ahead and save. Always save. Let's close this window. Let's close all these synonyms I was looking for. Clean up my browser a little bit. And let's see. Wow, used a lot of synonyms help today. Okay. We have who else is in the chat today? Right now, just me, Alpha, and anybody else participants? Okay. Well, if you found that boring, you're gonna find this boring. Now it's time to do some novel editing. Here we go. Just gonna have a little minor reset. You know, reset the brain, get out of the short story cruise ship mentality. Done with my tea. Okay, done with the tea. I still feel like thirsty though. How about a little green juice, huh? Let's do that. Let's get some veggies in. Get some veggies inside of me. Okay, so here we are. We're editing this novel called The Ropesman's Tale, where we are on chapter 23 of 30. In going through this, I had some bigger notes for myself. I wanted to kind of do some bigger structural notes, but I'm learning so much by editing chapter by chapter that I really need to keep going. It's easier to make bigger structural changes. It's more tedious to get into the nitty-gritty. Okay, so with that being said, let's go ahead and change this to this. Oh, window looks kind of ugly, doesn't it? This. Yeah, that's nicer, I think. Don't you think? I think so. Oof. All right. Let's take a little glasses break. It's nice to kind of reset between projects, right? Just take a little moment, look around, have a drink, enjoy this cool otter t-shirt that my wife got me. She's so stylish and cool. My goodness. Goodness. Nice. Okay, so what I normally like to do in this situation is figure out where I'm coming from. What was in the chapter before? Now, if you haven't been around, you know that I kind of missed my my last live stream that I do. So I'm really out of it. Let's see. Pages. Yeah. Okay. Oh, the honor of Edward Marlowe. Okay, so chapter 22 was very brief, I remember, yeah. The fire had been stoked too high, it turned humid. Oh, and this needs to happen before. Okay, so here is where our character Robert Devereaux has been chastised by the Queen for talking about how in Elizabethan England he started rumors that Queen Elizabeth her ear had been poisoned by her Privy Council, by a man named Robert Cecil, son of Robert Cecil, who was her advisor, her Jafar, if you will. Now, historians can debate all they want whether Robert Devereaux was right, whether Robert Cecil was right, but really you have to remember it was Queen Elizabeth's choice. She made the decision on who to believe and what to do. She is one of England's most powerful rulers, especially throughout history. So to put this on the men is insane. All right. Also known as England's Virgin Queen. What we have here is a chapter ending with Robert Devereaux taking what's like a signet ring or a seal, like a royal seal, from his wife, who is the daughter of Queen Elizabeth's spy master, Sir Francis Walsingham. Both named Francis, by the way, in history. Both named Francis. The woman's name is Francis with an ES at the end. The man's name is with an IS at the end. Very confusing. Not my favorite, but it's one of those things that I didn't want to change whenever I took my creative liberty in writing the book. Also, for everybody in the YouTube live, hello, how's it going? What are you doing out there? How's it going? If you're wondering what the F I'm talking about, be sure to join me on my Twitch stream live or my YouTube live, and you can actually see the text that I am editing. Okay, so without further ado, we can get into chapter 23, The Honor of Edward Marlowe. Here in my book, I was trying to create a chapter that where we got to live in this tertiary character's shoes for a little bit, to try and get you invested in him so you would care whenever his death inevitably comes. So here it is, chapter 23, The Honor of Edward Marlowe. The fog was thicker than the smoke. It clung to the decks and sails, swirling in ghost-thin ribbons as men shouted through it, blades catching flashes of light before vanishing, is what I probably tried to write here. I think this is terribly overwritten. I'd almost rather start it here. The sea groaned against the hulls. Somewhere to starboard, a cannon rang out, too close, and the deck beneath Edward's feet jolted like a kicked door. He hit the board. He hit the boards hard, rolled, and came up again. A pike scraped past his ribs, caught only by the curve of his breastplate. He shoved the attacker back with his forearm, twisted, and drove his short blade beneath the man's arm where armor thinned. Don't even need that. The body fell without grace. Well, without grace, well, what did it fall like? Almost like, the body... collapsed. Body collapsed. Its own limbs didn't even try to break its fall. What am I doing with all these apostrophes? Push forward, Edward shouted. To the mainmast. His voice sounded wrong in the fog, small, echoing. He wasn't sure how many still followed. That's overwritten. The ship had been caught before dawn. 3 Spanish galleys in a crescent, their sails black with soot and sea damp. The fog had hidden them until it was too late. Now, all around him, the deck was a blur of steel and blood and shouts half swallowed by mist. I was really into the fog in this one. He heard Elias yell his name. Turned just in time to see a blade catch the boy across the thigh. Elias, he called, surging toward him. A musket cracked, splinters flew. Edward dropped, rolled, grabbed Elias by the collar, and dragged him behind the foredeck stairs out of the open line of fire. You're not dying in fog. What is it with me in this fog? You're not dying today, flared. Elias laughed and laughed. Elias laughed as blood poured down his leg. Told you you'd see me fall. One day, not today. So maybe it'd be on my watch. Here. So everybody on YouTube Live, hi, how's it going? I'm just editing a book over here. My book, The Ropesman's Tale. If you're ever interested, links are in the description. You can always join me on Twitch or YouTube Live. Here we go. You're not dying on my watch, he declared. Elias laughed as blood poured down his leg. Told you you'd see me fall. One day, Edward growled, not today. He pressed the cloth to the wound automatically. The gesture was practiced. Redundant. He pressed the cloth to the wound automatically, like he'd done it 100 times already. In drills he never should have seen at 16. He grabbed a dropped satchel of powder charges and shoved it into Elias's hands. Find the holes, blow it if they take the deck. Elias nodded once, teeth bared in something like a grin, and limped into the shadows. Edward stood, wiped blood from his eyes, he wasn't sure whose, and pushed back into the fray. They were outnumbered, overrun, but not broken. A Spanish soldier charged him, pike low. Edward caught it against his side, twisted, felt the point tear through his thigh. Hot, blinding. He grunted, dropped to one knee, with his left hand drew his dagger and slit the man's throat before he could take the next breath. He staggered, one hand pressed to the wound and made for the center mast. He thought of his father, dead in the Spanish cove with a blade in his gut and no one to bury him, and his mother, silent, staring, scrubbing the same patch of hearthstone while the steward inventoried the house. "Hold the line," he bellowed again. "Push them to the rail." Someone answered, then another, a swell of voices, his men. The fog broke just enough for him to see the far side of the deck, and in that moment, Edward Marlowe, bleeding, limping, panting steam into the salt-stung air, saw the Spanish pulling back. One galley burned behind them, fire blooming from below deck like a second sun. The other two turning, retreating. He collapsed against the mast and slid down slowly, leaving a red smear in his wake. The harbor was held. The bells rang louder than cannon fire. It was the first thing he noticed when they brought him home. That was the first thing he noticed when they brought him home. He stood on the edge of the platform, uniform freshly brushed, a bandage stiff against his thigh beneath the wool. Someone had pressed the metal into his chest an hour earlier. He hadn't looked at it yet. The crowd below shimmered with movement, bonnets, caps, hands waving. A boy on someone's shoulders waved a tiny English flag on a stick. Women clutched flowers. An older man near the front raised a battered tankard in salute. "To Marlowe!" someone shouted. "A hero's return!" another added. He raised his hand in quiet acknowledgement, a modest wave, nothing grand. Someone handed him a posy of wildflowers. He took them without knowing where to put them. They looked strange in his hands. He offered handshakes, nods, thanks. He smiled. It was easier than answering questions. "Tell us, Marlowe," a young man called out. "What happened with the Spanish galleys near Cadiz?" Edward leaned against the edge of the... Against the edge of the wooden railing. Mug of Waterdale in hand, voice calm in practice. "They caught us in fog. 3 ships to our 1. Our sails were torn before we even knew they were close. I held the forward line. Lost good men beside me, but we pushed them off. Burned 1 ship from the inside, forced the other 2 to retreat. Took a pike through the thigh, and still made the deck my desk. And still made the deck by dusk. We held the harbor. And still held the harbor." A roar of approval followed. Someone tried to slap his back, but he winced and turned it into a nod. Let them have their story, he thought, even if it's only the ending they remember. Feeling suffocated from the ogling affections from the bar patrons, he excused himself into the night air. He stepped with care, his leg aching with each movement. He saw Elias in the crowd, propped up with a crutch, bandage bright against his shin. The boy grinned at him. Edward nodded once, grateful to see him standing. As he passed through the square, a girl no older than 10 approached, holding something small in her hand, a single sugar plum. "You're a hero," she whispered, offering it. He crouched, ignoring the pain in his leg, and took it. "Only for today," he said, and placed it back in her palm. Then he stood, adjusted the metal where it had slipped slightly off-center, and moved on through the cheering. The cheering had faded weeks ago. The metal sat in a drawer now, its ribbon curled like a sleeping snake. The market smelled of onions and smoke. Edward stepped around a crate of eels and nodded politely to the fishmonger, who didn't look up. That wasn't unusual. Not really. The man had always been sullen. He tucked a loaf of barley bread under his arm and handed over coin for it. The baker's wife took it, smiled briefly, and then leaned in to whisper something to the apprentice behind her. They both laughed. Not unkindly, but not with him. Edward stepped back into the street, adjusting the collar of his coat. His limp remained. Most days, he barely noticed it. He passed 2 guards on the corner near the chapel. One looked at him a second too long. The other gave a tight nod. Edward returned it out of habit. The square ahead bustled like any other morning. But the noise sounded thinner, more like filling space than celebrating life. I should be used to this by now, he thought. The echo of being needed. It's a weird thought to have. He spotted Elias near the edge of the bread cart, leaning on his crutch, bartering poorly. The boy waved. Edward waved back. The ache in his thigh flickered. "Marlowe," a woman said behind him, low but clear. He turned. She smiled quickly and walked away. He stood for a moment. Then he turned toward home. It was weird. Then he turned toward home. The sun was high. He doesn't need to turn home either. The sun was high when he reached the corner near the chapel. The bells were finishing their hour's song. A pair of guards stood beneath the arched lintel by the baker's alley, their armor gleaming faintly in the light. One adjusted his gloves, the other was already watching him. Edward gave a polite nod, intending to pass. "Master Marlowe." He turned. "Yes?" The taller one stepped forward. His voice was firm. "You were requested at the magistrate's hall. There's been a discrepancy." Edward blinked. "What sort of discrepancy?" "Not for us to say, just that the council wishes to speak with you." He glanced between the two of them. Their hands rested near their belts, but not on their weapons. "Am I under arrest?" "You are requested," the guard repeated, "by the authority of Her Majesty's Privy Council." That made him pause. "Then I'll come," he said finally. "I have nothing to hide." The younger guard, barely any older than Elias, looked relieved. "Thank you, sir." They walked in silence. Past the market, past the blacksmith, past the square where the gallows were being cleaned. Edward passed children who had once cheered him. They didn't wave now. One of them pointed. The others just watched. They didn't take him to the magistrate's hall. Instead, they led him down a side alleyway. Instead, they led him down a side alley that wound toward the back of the keep. The sound of the market faded behind them. One of the guards, still the younger, opened a small wooden door with an iron key. Edward paused at the threshold. "I thought the council members were above the square," he said, his voice calm. The older guard didn't look at him. "They are." "Then where are we?" A third figure stepped forward from inside the doorway. Not a soldier, a clerk. I don't care what he's not. A clerk cloaked in gray eyes like soot. "This is only temporary, Master Marlowe," the clerk said. "The council is delayed. There's sensitivity around your name." "Sensitivity?" "There's been rumor, accusation. The council needs time to sort truth from trouble. I have served the crown." "Then you've nothing to fear," the clerk said with the soft finality of someone who had said it many times. Edward looked at the guards beside him. "Do I have a choice?" The man's eyes dropped. Edward stepped inside. The door closed behind him with a lock that didn't sound temporary. The room was too clean to be a prison. No straw, no filth, just cold stone walls, a wooden bench, and a small arched window too high to see through. It felt more like a room built for waiting than for punishment. Edward sat with his back against the wall, one leg stretched out to ease the pull in his thigh. The old wound burned with the cold. He pulled his coat tighter and listened. No voices, no footsteps, just wind outside and the faint creak of something wooden shifting above him. He replayed the walk here in his mind, the alley, the guards, the clerk with the soot-colored eyes. Sensitivity, he'd said. That word sounded stranger the more Edward turned it over. If they think I've done something, why not say it? He closed his eyes. For a moment, he wasn't in stone and silence. He was back on the deck at Calais. Boots slick with salt and blood, fog in his throat. He could still hear the fire crack under the hole, could still feel the weight of Elias slung over his shoulder. Elias had been laughing, even as he bled. He wanted to laugh too, but it never came. He opened his eyes again. The stone looked darker now. From the corridor outside, he heard the soft, deliberate fall of boots. One pair, steady, formal, and growing louder. He didn't move. He didn't speak. I don't care what he didn't do. I held the line then, he thought. I'll hold it now. I almost want to say we need to have... Here's two things I didn't like with that chapter. My notes are, it's a chance to fold in a character that already exists, like Blunt or Merrick. Or also, there's something funny that kind of happens in fiction, right? Like you want to, as a writer, you don't want to be too repetitive. And I have a story, a war story, where two people are injured by a pike through their thigh. I have Elias and his rescuer, the save the cat moment with Marlowe. And I'm thinking, is it more like life that they both got injured in... You know, sometimes life is just full of like weird little coincidences, and it's not uncommon for two people to have the same ailment or sickness or injury in a war. I just know that if he's injured above the waist, Elias can kind of carry himself because his legs work. The reason that that injury works is because it's such a heroic piece of imagery to have somebody take their time out of a battle to lift up their fallen comrade and get them to safety. So it's more like, if anything, Marlowe's injury would probably have to change. Or you address it like, so what if Elias gets across his right thigh, and then left thigh. Together we make a decent pair of legs, right? So let me find whenever Elias calls out to him. Oh, maybe I'll put that above. The voice rang out. Together we make a decent pair of legs! Exclamation point. He spotted Elias near the edge of a bread cart, leaning on his crutch. The boy waved. Edward waved back. The ache in his thigh flickered. Yeah. Okay, that's a little better. Like, just addressing it. And also having a little bit more of a direct relationship with this Elias guy. It makes me think like, oh, Elias needs to be at the hanging. Pardon me, excuse me. Okay. My goodness. Woo! Woo! How's everybody doing, by the way? Woo! Little me, what's up? Hello. How you doing? Let's see if I missed you or not. Excellent. Who else is it? Oh, Faza Bean. Ooh, I like that. I'm good at reading? Thank you. Thank you. I did Hooked on Phonics as a kid. Faza Bean, I gotta say, I love that name. That's a really great name. I just like saying it. Faza. My Faza was a brutal man, a silent man. I guess it's because it reminds me of Faja and the little Austin Powers reference. But how you doing, Faza? You are you a writer? What's going on? What brings you to this stream? Okay, I think I've fixed it. It also makes me think I just might need some more Edward Marlowe in this book. Like, what's he doing outside of these chapters? Like, the more time we spend with him, the more it'll hurt, you know, whenever he inevitably has to die. But that's it's kind of giving me Tale of Two Cities here. Now, I'm not saying I'm Charles Dickens but structurally, you know, you have to steal from the best. You learn from the best. Kind of feels like I can give. It feels like there's more investment to be had. There's so many bad characters here. We have a fallen soldier who's willing to commit a coup against his queen to get his status back. We have a rogue and a scoundrel who was sentenced to death for his crimes, and in order to escape them, literally has to kill people. We have the brothel worker that he betrayed, working for the conspirator against the queen to make sure that the hangman stays on their side to execute their plan. You know, there's a lot of like there's a lot of flawed characters, which is what we want. We did all that work ahead of time. It's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to make sure that everything's a kind of a moral gray. Nobody's too good, nobody's too bad, everybody's a mix. But here's what I will say. They're mostly like 60-40 bad to good. So it makes me think like another Marlowe chapter would be, it would be nice to have a 60-40 good to bad instead of bad to good. Maybe Marlowe could be that, you know, that person that you really root for, that you really like, and like, oh, the only decent character. And then to make you really like a person and then take them away makes the story that much more powerful. You want people to read this and feel something. I just don't really have a narrative for him set up right now, functioning outside of a plot device. I have to really think about that. I should think about that. Let's take a look at our following chapter. Chapter 24, The Death That Broke Tyburn. The world was quieter than usual, or maybe just farther away. Thomas sat at the edge of the bed, tugging his boots into place, one slow pull at a time. I don't like this. I know I try and start with like a punchy. You want every chapter to have such a good start, like almost like the beginning of a good book, but what's up?
She peed on my yoga mat.
Oh. Alright. Well, hey everybody. I'm just going to take a quick break while I clean up some stray dog urine.
You don't have to, it's fine.
Okay. Well, alright. When's the last time she went out? You just took her out, right?
I took her at 1:30.
Oh, wow.
To bed before then.
Mm. One moment. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. Guys, talk amongst yourself. Tell me how it's going.
It's fine. You don't have to do anything. Sugar. crazy.
Let me tell you something. An angry dog with a full bladder? Not cool. Not cool. Okay. Hey. Let's keep editing, huh? Shall we? Thomas sat at the edge of the bed, tugging his boots into place one slow pull at a time. The world was quieter than usual. His hands moved without urgency. His back ached, but he welcomed the ache. It was something to feel. The morning light was low and soft. Actually, this seems like it belongs here. The world was quieter than usual. The morning light was low and soft, bleeding through the shutter cracks like smoke. Like smoke. Who wrote this? Yes, it's serious. Mook! You know how it is. Oh, hey, I got Carrie Ann on the YouTube live stream as well. Hey, been busy. Deadline for my first draft company's coming up. Just came by to say hi. Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Carrie Ann. Yeah, I know you've been school deadlines and creating that sense of urgency and everything. I know you have to turn stuff in and be a good student. But you're in real good shape. We've been on the stream. We've been talking about Carrie Ann's stuff for, weeks. I mean, you've been on nearly since the beginning, and you started out with strong writing. So I'm not too worried about your grade at all. I'm sure you just want it to be the best it can be. But thanks for stopping by. And also for stopping by on the YouTube vertical live stream. That's cool too. I know you don't get to really see the work like everybody else does on the horizontal, but still fun. Still fun. Also Mookie's in the chat. Okay. Woo. So, anybody on the YouTube live stream wants to check out the description. There's a link to all the stuff that I am writing, editing, /reading, if you want to see what the F I'm talking about. Pleasure to have you here. Let's start chapter 24, The Death That Broke Tyburn. Thomas sat at the edge of the bed, tugging his boots into place one slow pull at a time. His hands moved without urgency. His back ached, but he welcomed the ache. It was something to feel. The world was quieter than usual. The morning light was low and soft, bleeding through the shutters. The fire had long gone out. Catherine sat at the table, eyes fixed on a point somewhere near the floor. A kettle gleamed gently beside her. She hadn't touched her tea. Thomas tied the second boot and stood, his legs stiff beneath him. The air felt thick, like walking through wool. He reached for the cup she had poured for him. "You're quiet today," he said. She didn't look up. "No quieter than you." He took a sip. Sweet. There was always a strange aftertaste now. Sharp at the back of the tongue. He didn't ask about it. The seal lay on the table between them, pressed onto a folded parchment. The Queen's crest, intact. The ink still smelled faintly fresh. He tucked the order into his coat. Catherine opened her mouth, closed it again. post it again. He adjusted the collar of his shirt, then took a step towards the door. His movements were slow, like he was watching someone else dress a man who looked like him. Here's the thing, that implies that there's a mirror, and here's one thing that I know about Elizabethan England. Mirrors are really expensive, glass is really expensive. I don't think you would have it. I'm gonna just cut it. She nodded. Oh wait, here we go. He adjusted the collar of his shirt, then took a step towards the door. You coming? He asked. She nodded. The street outside was damp from early frost. Thomas walked with his hands in his coat pockets, the official parchment tucked neatly between his fingers, the seal pressed against his palm, warm, smooth, impersonal. Behind him, Catherine followed at a quiet distance. He didn't turn to check, but he could feel her presence. The cobbled road curved past the chapel and the old baker's lane. The usual morning sounds, vendors calling, carts rumbling, dogs barking. Quieter, as if the city had paused. I keep talking about how quiet the city is. I feel like I got it across in my opening paragraphs. I'm just going to cut it. If I get to any more quietudes, I'm just going to cut them. I think I've established this. Two boys ran ahead of him, then stopped. One stared. The other said nothing, just grabbing his friend's sleeve and pulled him away. At the far corner, an older man tipped his cap, but his eyes didn't smile. A woman selling apples turned her back as Thomas passed. He tried not to notice. He thought instead of the letter in his coat, the seal, the order. Not my place to question, just carry out. That was what Catherine had said once. Or maybe it was him. He couldn't remember now. Tyburn came into view slowly. The square was already crowded. Too crowded. More than usual. People pressed close to the scaffold, whispering, shoulder to shoulder. There was no laughter, no shouting, only silence. And eyes. He stepped onto the platform. The wood creaked under his boots. The rope swayed lightly in the breeze. Already nodded, already waving. He looked into the crowd. Faces. Dozens. Hundreds. Among them, Devereux, smiling faintly, hands clasped in front of him like a man attending a play. The cart creaked as it rolled into the square. The horse was lathered from too fast a ride. The driver looked pale. The guards rode beside the cart, both younger than Thomas had expected. They held their swords loosely like men who had never drawn one in anger. I think I'm spending too much time studying the scene. Like, what the fuck, man? I mean, I don't like it, but it has the elements that I need. What can I cut? I think this is where I started to feel it. The prisoner sat in the back, hooded, hands bound. He didn't slouch. His back was straight, his shoulders square. Thomas adjusted the rope as the cart stopped, fingers moving by memory. The platform beneath his boots felt narrower than usual. Doesn't mean anything. The guards flanked the prisoner and helped him down. a long pause, and no, that's basically the quiet thing again. T, Thomas, Thomas, two. Let's see. Let's fix that. And then there's a good place for an end dash. And then Thomas adjusts the rope, that's fine. Okay. Wow, I can just tell this is overwritten. Like when you have to read something out loud, it really informs what you want your writing style to be. Ultimately, what makes somebody who they are as an author is when people talk about your own voice, your style of writing as a voice, like how do you talk? I can hear how David Sedaris talks whenever I read a David Sedaris essay. I can hear Jack Handy whenever I read Jack Handy. I can hear Simon Rich when I read Simon Rich. In some cases, Stephen King whenever I read Stephen King. So almost typing like you talk. I mean, obviously there is going to be some concessions that we have to make, right? There is still literary language. There are still things that are fun to read. There are literary devices like metaphor, simile, alliteration, rhyming, repetition, etc. That make for a fun read, that make a story feel smart and clever and intriguing, or just beautiful in its descriptions. Sometimes describing something, something simple, and being overly descriptive about it could be just as poignant as being short and brutal about something, depending on how you want something to feel. And I am saying that like I'm teaching you, but really I'm talking to myself. I'm noticing that this prose is overwritten. I want something to feel. I'm trying to get something to feel a little punchier and atmospheric is really what I'm doing. What I'm realizing is that in these initial drafts, I really overwrote the atmosphere, or I was repetitious about the sense of like quiet and the long pace of the walk to the platform and the quietude of the town and the slowness of the march and the blah 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 blah. But the truth of the matter is in order to feel like you're moving through the story, you can't harp on one thing that you've already established. You have to trust that your reader has read the sentence and taken it in. right? And it's now part of their narrative, even subconsciously. So we're going to trust the reader. We're going to cut mercilessly and maintain our atmosphere while moving through the story at a faster pace. Thank you, Gabriel Saint Artist. I appreciate it. And thanks for coming on the YouTube live verticals. That's always fun. Let's see, Mookie says, I often have a difficult time determining when I have sufficiently set the scene. Sometimes you just have to move on with it. You're absolutely right, Mook. And you know, you can't please everybody, right? There are some people who want an 800-page novel and they love the world building. They want to sit there and have you describe an alien world to them in such great detail that they feel like they are immersed in it, that they can make their own maps of your fictional land like Tolkien would, right? And there are other people who are like, well, I'm just interested in what happens to these characters and how do these relationships turn out. Like the Da Vinci Code, like really quick, fast-paced, punchy chapters, like reading an action movie or like reading an action thriller. And people find the Mookie says, did you hear that, Gabriel saying? I'm absolutely right. But people find the genres that appeal to them. All you can do is be authentic to yourself, tell the stories that you want to tell, be self-expressive, do the things that make you you, and your audience will find you. That's what I say. Now, with that being said, back to work. Oh, you know what? Quick pause. The other thing I was going to say, reading out loud. Just reading out loud. Do you have fun reading this out loud? Is it something that's... You'll know whenever you've set the scene, whenever you read it out loud, and you get tired with your own story. Like, wow, kind of thought I'm ready to move on. I've said the thing out loud that said what I wanted to say. Something about speaking it into existence, physicalizing the story in the material world with sound will help you make these decisions. As I'm doing right now in real time. Highly recommend, if you don't have it, get a stream and read all your work out loud because it's really helpful. Thomas waited at the center of the scaffold, the rope in his hand, the parchment heavy in his coat. He watched the prisoner's limbs. The guards walked him without force. Actually, we have established that the parchment was heavy in his coat already. So many things to cut. It's crazy. I don't know who this first writer was, but he needs to stop being so redundant. Doesn't look afraid, Thomas thought. One of the court clerks mounted the steps and unrolled the decree with a practiced hand. Edward Marlowe, he read out loud, his voice rising. Convicted of sedition, incitement against the crown, and unlawful possession. Murmurs rippled through the crowd like wind through paper. Marlowe? Should be a question mark. The name punched through Thomas's fog like a slap of cold water. I think I meant like brain fog, so I could just say brain. Mookie says, I'm right probably 50% of the time, actually. Oh, well, good. Excellent. Thanks, Mook, for giving me your 50% of the right thing. I appreciate it. Gabriel Artist says, bro. Cool. Man, there's so many chats to check on. It's insane. Okay, let's keep doing. Let's keep going. We must. We must. The name punched through Thomas's brain like a slap of cold water. You don't really put cold water on your brain. He looked up. The hood was pulled off, and there he was, young, steady, silent. No, this isn't. Thomas tried to blink away reality, but it was there to stay. He had seen that face before. A boy at a festival, a soldier by the square, a child offering a sugar plum to him, the hero from Calais, the man they toasted not 2 months ago with ale and cheap punting. Catherine gasped behind him. Thomas, she whispered. He didn't turn. There's been a mistake. This can't be right. He turned to the clerk. There's no charge of murder, he said. His voice sounded off, distant. What? What? No murder, no treason, nothing that earns the gallows. The charges are written, signed. The seal is valid. Let me see the writ. You were given it this morning, the clerk said. Devereaux stood in the front of the crowd, hands folded, watching. Cloaked. And watching. Now, I know what we're thinking for people who have been following the story. Yes, Devereaux is supposed to be under house arrest, but this is basically the day of the insurrection. You don't keep following the law that you're intending to overthrow on the day you're trying to overthrow it. So yes, it should be a little, it should put you back on your heels a little bit. Like, why is Devereaux here? We spend so much time making sure he's under house arrest. Oh God, 60% of the time works every time. Oh yeah, you like the Mr. Rogers sweater and the otter t-shirt given to me by the wifey. Love it. It's fantastic. Love otters. Yeah, I think he has found his final form. Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is it. This is who I am. This is who I am. And also, a cardigan is just like a mini robe. How comfortable is it to be in a cardigan all day? Okay. Let's keep going. Devereaux stood in front of the crowd, hands folded, cloaked, and watching. Thomas pulled the order from his pocket and examined the still unbroken royal seal. He pushed his finger through the wax and unfolded the letter, his eyes darting to the name of the condemned, Edward Marlowe. Catherine's voice rose. You can stop this, Thomas. Thomas turned to her. She looked terrified, not for herself, for him. He looked again at Marlowe. The boy met his eyes. Sure is what I intended to write. Please, Edward said, voice raw. There's been a mistake. The crowd shifted uneasily. I fought for the Queen. I bled for this country. You know me. His voice cracked. Please, just ask her. She'll tell you it's a mistake. Thomas stared at him. This isn't justice, he thought. This is something else. The Queen's seal is there, but the hand behind it feels wrong. Maybe they're the traitors now. Maybe I'm just the blame. That's a too much of an assumption for him to make right now. That's something the writer knows, but immediately upon reading that, I know the character doesn't. Behind him, Catherine's voice again, sharper this time. Don't go through with this. What's one more day of waiting? Thomas didn't answer. The sheriff rose to his feet, sensing Derek's hesitation. Like an involuntary dance, Derek's limbs began the choreography of a hanging. His hand shook as he drew the rope over Edward's head. Perhaps a pipe? Oh my God. I could do a pipe. I don't know why, y'all, but my nose is so itchy. Oh, are you getting the ads? Y'all, if you don't want ads, you can hop over to my YouTube live page, right? You go to youtube.com/ little @ Derek DeNicola, my name, DERRICK DENICOLA. and you can participate in this live stream ad-free. Just to let you know. Or you can hop over to my YouTube live vertical, and you can just kind of watch me read through all this stuff. Because that's what I'm doing. Okay, okay. All right. So, where were we? This is something else. The Queen's seal is there, but the hand behind it feels wrong. Behind him, Catherine's voice, again, sharper this time. Don't go through with this. What's one more day of waiting? Thomas didn't answer. The sheriff rose to his feet, sensing Derek's hesitation. Like an involuntary dance, Derek's limbs began the choreography of a hanging. His hands shook as he drew the rope over Edward's head. The crowd was silent now, the kind of quiet that comes before a storm. Catherine turned away. Now remember, his tea has been spiked with laudanum by Catherine to kind of make him more subdued. Yo, Nur Hassan? Nur Hassan, maybe? Hello, how's it going? Welcome to the live stream. Just so you're aware, what I'm doing is I'm reading my novel out loud and kind of also editing it in real time. Hope you like it. And also, if you want to actually see what I'm writing, you check out the description. I have links to my YouTube live and my Twitch live if you want to hop over. But otherwise, sit back, relax, get read to in the haze of his laudanum-laced tea, which deserves a hyphen. Derek's limbs began the involuntary dance. The involuntary choreography. In the haze of his laudanum-laced tea, Derek's limbs began the involuntary choreography of a hanging. His hands shook as he drew the rope over Edward's head. I feel like I wrote that part already. Let me get that, if it's... Could have sworn I had a sentence written where his hands were shaking. Oh well, okay. I'm just gonna double check. I feel very strongly that I did this. Shaking? No. No. Okay, so involuntary. Or what was the choreography? Will get me back to where I need to be. Okay. The crowd was silent now, the kind of quiet that comes before a storm. All this fucking quietude. Too much. The crowd was silent now. Catherine turned away. Devereaux's fist tightened behind his back. Thomas's hands moved without permission. That's what involuntary means. Overwritten. The rope squeezed around Edward's neck like a gesture of comfort, like the hug of a small child. Ooh. Just like the hug of a small child. The rope squeezed around Edward's neck like the hug of a small child. Edward didn't flinch. He looked at Thomas with confusion. and a kind of pleading that didn't come from weakness. It came from someone still holding out hope that the world made sense. I don't need confusion. I just need with a kind of pleading that overwritten, that came from someone still holding out hope that the world made sense. Please, Edward said again, barely louder than a breath. I want my mother. I need her to know I'll be okay. Thomas swallowed hard. He turned to the crowd. Too many eyes. No faces he could focus on. Devereaux stood at the front, unmoving, hands behind his back like a man waiting to receive a gift. His expression was unreadable. Ugh, gross. No. If you're waiting to receive a gift, it's kind of a positive thing anyway, right? Up the Mariners! What's up? How you doing? How are you doing today? I'm doing great. Me? I'm just streaming. Nur Hassan says, and Habesh. Okay, cool. Well, thank you for being on the vertical live stream. Hope you like being here. You're watching a writer write, and if you want to, you can always go to the description on my YouTube live and join us on the Twitch page and the YouTube live page, and you can see what it is that I am writing. Okay. Which I hope you do. It's always fun to have more people. I mean, here we have me Alpha, we have Mookie MC, we have Up the Mariners. Speaking of Up the Mariners, you're first time to the chat. Are you a writer as well? What brings you to this stream in particular? I'm curious. Or if you want to lurk, that's cool too. No pressure. Mookie is doing well, as he can be for being at work at the newspaper office. That's right, we have a real like newspaper editor / journalist in the chat. Mookie works for a newspaper, and we often talk about how kind of close his life is to the NBC TV show, The Paper. Up the Mariner says, I try to write, working on my first novel at the moment. Oh, excellent. Fantastic. Hey, Up the Mariners, you're in good company. I have written mostly screenplays and short stories, but the thing that I'm working on right now is my first novel, and man, is it a doozy. I picked historical fiction in 16th century England. That was a really big bite to take on the first novel. Mookie says, I like being grisly. I don't know what that means exactly, but I feel like I understand the sentiment. Sorry, I see that this sun the sun's getting a little crazy. Oh my goodness. Squirrels, aloha! I was wondering when you were gonna show. How's it going? Thank you for sending me all those videos. I am going to try and implement them whenever I get a free moment, but it's been crazy. I have some work stuff going on for the next 2 weeks. My schedule's been all out of whack. Yeah, it's been a toughie. It's been a toughie to figure it out. Up the Mariners, I will be lurking. Found your channel. Definitely check out some of the videos. Yeah, please do. Please do. Also, if you ever want some like inspiration or writing tips or whatever, If you go to my YouTube channel, which I'll pin to the top of this chat before you start lurking, I have a bunch of like little shorts as well, just with like little tips and stuff. If you're interested, it always helps me out to get those likes and subscriptions and follows wherever you can, even here on Twitch. But you know, you do you. You live your life. I'm just excited that you're here and giving me some of your time. So go write that novel. Also, if you want to, you can join the Discord, which I'll put in the chat. We often share work here, Up the Mariners, in case you ever want me to like read a chapter and tell me what you think, or hear how it sounds out loud, stuff like that. We've done that in the past, and it's just a fun server to be a part of, where you can share work or talk about what you're interested in or what you have seen recently that's pretty cool. TV shows or books or artwork, anything like that. So that's in the chat for you as well. Okay, that's the last thing. Oh, follow for, oh, excellent, cool. Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing your work, reading your work. Yeah, a bunch of talented people. So you came to the right community. Especially Scrolls and Mook, am I right? Okay. Mookie says, fair enough. It's always good to see you no matter what hemisphere you're in. Oh man, that's so nice. Thank you. It's nice to be in any hemisphere. It's always a good day to write too, right? Let's see. Always just nice to catch up in the chat as well. Missed you guys last week. Ugh, I would have much rather been live streaming than working. Oh, I see. Well, that was directed at me, Mookie. It's not. Yeah, Mook. Up the Mariners might be lurking now, but I'm also interested, if we're not too distracting, to see what's going on there. Okay, let's get back to it. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, sorry, making some adjustments on the vertical live stream. All right, let's keep reading. You looked at Thomas with the kind of pleading that came from someone still holding out hope that the world would make sense. Please, Edward said again, barely louder than a breath. I want my mother. I need her to know I'll be okay. Thomas swallowed hard. Makes me think if I do have another Edward Marlowe chapter, it needs to be with his mother. Making a note. Also, I made a note where I need to put Elias in here. He turned to the crowd, too many eyes, no faces he could focus on. Devereaux stood at the front, unmoving, hands behind his back like a man waiting to receive a gift. Catherine stood farther back, fist clenched in her skirt, eyes wide and glassy. She looked like she was drowning, like she'd already seen the end and was powerless to swim against it. Thomas's hands tightened the rope, the knot settled into place. There was still time, still space for a word, a gesture, anything to stop it, but his mouth stayed closed. But his senses were dulled today. His mouth stayed closed. Remember, he's laced with laudanum. Otherwise, he's not the Derek that we have known in previous chapters. He looked at Edward one last time. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Then he stepped back and pulled the lever. The platform gave way. So I need to put Elias here before. So we have Devereaux, Catherine, Elias. Elias leaning on his crutch. I think it's this. Whoops. Marla noticed Elias on his crutch, burying his face into his shoulder, unable to look him in the eye. Thomas's hands tightened the rope. The knot settled into place. There was still time, still space for a word, a gesture, anything to stop it, but his senses were dulled today. His mouth stayed closed. He looked at Edward one last time. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Then he stepped back and pulled the lever. Sheriff. So let me see. I want to I need some synonyms for haze, like being in a haze, being in a daze. And that's where the overuse of like mist, fog, steam kind of comes from. There's like a little bit of imagery there that I definitely overused, but days should be more like it. In his stupor, he stepped back. And pulled the lever. The platform gave way. Edward dropped. A rope snapped, and Tyburn held its breath. The crowd stood frozen, staring at the swinging body. Of the young hero with the limp. With the limp dangling, and never to use his legs again. The only sound in Tyburn Then someone. Instead of someone, it'll be Elias. And Elias screamed, "He was a hero!" Another voice joined in. "They killed Edward Marlowe." A stone clattered against the base of the scaffold. Then another. Thomas didn't duck. He couldn't move. He looked down at his hands. One still gripped the edge of the lever, the other hung slack at his side. Catherine reached him first. She scrambled up the steps, grabbed his sleeve. "We have to go," she said. "Now." He didn't answer. Below them, it doesn't matter. Below them, the crowd was unraveling. Some shouted, others wept. A man in the back tried to climb a barrel for a better view and fell. 2 guards shouted conflicting orders. The people were pressing inward, not scattering, but closing the distance to the platform. Catherine tugged again. "Thomas, please." He looked at her, dazed, and that's when Devereaux threw himself onto the stage. He didn't shout. He raised one hand, not to silence them, but to direct them. I don't like that, because he did silence them. He raised one hand, shouting. I'm actually going to go to the opposite of this, of what I wrote. He raised one hand, shouting. "I told you he was a traitor." The voices settled against his decree. "They told you he was dangerous, a threat to your lives, to your queen." The crowd quieted. That's already happened. Devereaux pointed to the scaffold. "She hangs a war hero," he said. "For what?" He turned slowly, sweeping the crowd. "For taking a loaf of bread to feed a starving child. For taking a loaf of... No, it's not a question. For taking a loaf of bread to feed a starving child." Gasps, shouts. Someone dropped their basket. Fruit spilled across the cobblestones. Feels like that should have happened earlier or not at all. Like... It's a weird place for it. Gasps, shouts. Devereaux turned, his voice rising. "That's what they do now. They call it justice," Devereaux snarled. "But it's fear and control, and it will not stop here." A roar built behind his words. He turned, and Thomas saw them, men moving through the crowd, quiet and practiced. Opening crates tucked behind barrels, pulling out steel, distributing weapons to hands. Blades, hatchets, flintlocks with worn grips. Catherine grabbed Thomas's hand. He didn't pull away. "They used the hangman to do it," Devereaux shouted, pointing at Thomas. "But make no mistake. It wasn't his rope. It was her rope." The crowd turned as one. Some looked at Thomas. Some at the Queen's guards. Some just looked at each other, hungry for someone to blame. "This city belongs to you," he shouted. "Not to cowards behind the palace walls." The crowd surged. "You want justice?" he cried. "Then take it and fight like hell." Catherine yanked Thomas's arm. "Now!" They ran. They leapt. They leapt from the scaffold as the first guards were swarmed. A musket cracked. Someone screamed. The rope snapped in the chaos, and Edward's body dropped to the platform with a sickening thud. Thomas didn't look back. He ran with Catherine. Oh my god. He ran with Catherine through the alley behind the square, the sound of rebellion crashing like waves behind them. Catherine dragged him down the alley. Dragged him through. Catherine dragged him through the back of a shuttered shop. She bolted the door behind them and pulled the curtain tight. Silence fell hard. Dust floated in the light. The scent of lavender and starch lingered barely. Bolts of fabric leaned like forgotten idols against the wall. A bodice form stood in the corner, half pinned with a dress meant for something grand. Thomas slumped against the wall. He hadn't realized how winded he was. Catherine stood by the window, watching the street as if something or someone might have followed them. Her breath shook. I knew he was planning something, she said. Thomas didn't look at her. I knew Devereaux wanted to use you, that there'd be an execution to rattle the city, but he never said who. She stepped away from the curtain, not until it was too late. Her voice cracked. She pressed her fingers to her mouth, like that might hold it in. I thought I could control it, that if I stayed close to you, I could soften it, protect you, keep it from becoming this. She shook her head. Her voice was thinner now. I'm saying this a lot. She shook her head. I didn't know it would be Margot. Thomas's eyes were on the floor. Catherine moved closer. I didn't know, she whispered, but I let it happen anyway. And she looked at him fully, then, I'm sorry. Catherine had stopped speaking. Thomas didn't know how long they stayed, saying nothing to one another. The city boiled just outside, chaos without shape, rage without purpose, but the shop was still. She sat now on a stool across from him, hands clasped, eyes down. She hadn't asked for forgiveness. He wouldn't have given it. He hadn't pushed her away either. He said nothing, just stared at the unfinished dress. One sleeve hung loose, the fabric curl at the edge where the seam had never been pinned. So much of life was like that, he thought, half-stitched, left in place, pretending to be finished when it was only waiting to be pulled apart. He thought freedom meant not being jailed, not being hunted. He thought survival was enough. Wake up, do the job, follow the seal. But somewhere along the line, he'd stopped choosing. He hadn't followed the law, he'd followed the routine. Let it move his hands, let it sign his name. Today, that routine had killed an innocent boy who asked for his mother. Thomas wished he could see his mother again too. Catherine's voice came out quiet but steady. You're not the only one who was used, she said. Catherine looked up. Derek stood. He stepped to the door, unbolted it, and looked into the street. If they want to use my name, my hands, then they'll have to do it after I've used them for something that matters. All right, and then we have chapter 25. I do owe, there's a plot hole. There is a plot hole that's coming up that I know about that I haven't problem solved yet, which is I have this heroic moment where Catherine shows up to the castle. But how? How does she get to the castle when there's literally a coup outside? There's a January 6th happening in this castle, but yet she finds a way in, kind of a situation. Very weird that I'm going to have to problem solve for, that I didn't know existed in my first drafts. So Mookie says, what genre is it? Up the Mariners says YA. Oh yeah, young adult, let's do it. Hey, that's a great entry point. What I'm doing is not a good idea, historical fiction. Oh, let me see. Oh, cool. Gives us almost to 60 subs. What's up? Thanks, y'all. Always appreciate the subs. Always appreciate the follows. Always appreciate y'all sticking around, doing the thing with me. It is a little after 3:10, which is whenever we start the writer's room. I think I'm going to put a pin in this since we got through 2 chapters today. Good work. Good work me, good work you. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out with me. So if you're a writer and you're writing right now, this is your reminder to save. Save your work. Get to the end of your sentence, hit save. File, save. Command S, all right? Save that shit. Okay. With that being said, what I do is I put something here called the edit line, where I remind myself where I was last. So next week on the stream, we will begin at chapter 25, the warning. The warning, we're approaching the end of this book, y'all. Okay, let's go ahead and close this. And miasma. I don't know what that means, Mook. You're too cool for me. You say words I don't understand. All right. Well, it's time to start the digital writer's room. Let's do that thing that we do where we just take a small step back and just kind of reset our brains here a little bit, you know? Take a small walk around. Ooh, I should get a fresh drinky poo. 1 second. I'm thinking today I'm gonna do. Okay, look, here's the deal. I know I'm not super popular. I'm no PewDiePie. I'm no Kyle Sinat. But if GT's Kombucha ever just wants to keep sending me these alive colas and root beers and lemon limes, I effing love them. And I want you to know that in case, under some weird, crazy coincidence, you're out there listening and think that I matter enough to send them to. Okay. Let's get a little mukbangy. Let's get a little ASMR here. Ooh. Y'all like that? I like that. There we go. Yeah. Refreshing carbonation. Okay. All right, fresh drink. Pinky up. Sleepy dog on the couch, not bothering me. Fantastic. Crazy hair. Don't care. Let's go. Let's go. Your forever chemical water. What does Mondo look like in vertical format? Okay, I'm glad everybody asked so I can do this. You know, he comes out whenever asked, so. Hello, everyone. This is Mondo in vertical format. And this is Derek as well. Saying everything because he is not a ventriloquist. Never got that skill. I always intended to kind of do it Muppet style, you know? Just be below, Mondo above. Maybe like this. Huh? Does this seem more real? Does this make more sense to everyone? Hello there. Welcome, writers. It's so nice to see you today. What are you writing about? Tell me about your short stories. Tell me about your long stories. Tell me about those medium stories, too. Yeah, come on. I'm waiting. Waiting. Come on, I thought we had some writers in here. No? What's going on? Hello, YouTube Vertical Live. Thank you. Yeah, I put on my own tie today, so I'm feeling pretty spiffy. Suited and booted is correct. Thank you. Let's see. Hey everybody, let's take a break. Come on and stretch your legs. Give the cat a scratch. Drink some water. I'll be right back in about a minute or so. Yeah. Okay, well, it's going to be hard to do writing, seeing as how I have such soft fingers they won't press the buttons on the keyboard anymore. With that, I will go get Derek, and he will be right back. Bye. Boom! You wanted some Mondo, you got some Mondo, baby. Alright, he's gonna rest. He's a busy little puppet, and he's union, so he has to take mandated breaks. Oh, man, on vertical, he just looks dead back there. That's too sad. Hold on, I gotta move him. Okay. I just don't want like a dead corpsey puppet back there, you know? Let's see. I always sort of knew that Mondo was the brains behind the outfit. Yeah. You were right. Hey, Mookie, it's that 60% of the time. Hey, you were talking about. Okay. So, let's talk to the chat right now because, y'all, it's been a week. I definitely missed one. Sorry. But we didn't finish our digital writer's room last time. And if I pull it up, I'm just going to take a peek real fast. It's untitled. It is a co-worker moves in next to the boss who just wants to play chess. Do you remember this? We can do chess to chess, or we can start a new one. I wonder. So, based on who is in the chat, I'm just going to do a quick poll. It's Scrolls, it's Mealpha, it's Mookie, it's whoever is in the YouTube Live, it's who's ever in the YouTube Live vertical. What do we want to do? Do we want to finish, or do we want to start something new? You know what? It makes me think we should be practicing good writer habits. We should be finishing. We should finish. Okay. I'm gonna make that call. Let's go ahead and review. You know, we got to get back into. We got to get back into this. Remember where we were from 2 weeks ago. It's gonna be a rough start. Checkmate. Thank you. Yeah, that's a terrible title that I came up with, but Checkmate is perfect. Not really great at titles right off the bat. I've noticed about myself. Let's pull up our, I need OBS to do this. Digital Writer's Room. Let's open up our free form. Highly recommend to anybody else. Here it is. Here it is. Let's read through everything. When a needy coworker becomes a neighbor, i.e. still needs IT help, do you have any staples? Did you see Game of Thrones? Early water cooler talk? Shot like a horror movie? Sorry, let me get that over here. And then Act 1, Rob finally has the day off from work and can't wait to go online and play chess. Ding dong, a coworker at the door moment. What are you doing here? I just moved next door. Warren moved to be closer to his older parents, take care of them maybe? Rob makes a fatal mistake. Well, if you ever need anything, just let me know. We're kind of getting a little what about Bob here. What about Rob? Rob wants to be left alone, but Warren keeps finding reasons to come back. Rob tries to ignore Warren, but Warren knows he's home. Rob tells Warren that he needs his me time, but Warren has a non-emergency emergency. Rob is about to win at chess when Warren knocks on the door. Rob explodes at Warren. Warren reveals his backstory. He's new to the neighborhood, doesn't know anyone, and his parents are sick. His parents used to be his best friends, but they no longer act like it. Act 3, Rob chats with his online chess opponent, who reveals how he won the game, a game strat that involves cooperation instead of sacrificing. Rob looks out the window and sees a lonely Warren. Rob calls Warren over. Rob apologizes. Rob goes in his room and emerges with a dusty chessboard. Do you want to learn how to play? And the two guys playing chess with each other was our outline. Some ideas that we were pitching. That Rob Timmons just wants to play online chess at home alone, and Warren Scott, older, easily attached, who just wants someone to talk to. Two characters with conflicting wants. It should be pretty basic, right? Somebody wants company, somebody wants to be left alone. Pretty cut and dry there. We have the chess clock is consistently pressed on and off as like a maybe game. I don't think we ended up putting that in the script. Rob can speak in chess terms / game theory when possible. Final line, it's your move. Warren speaks. I hate to ask you this, if you don't mind. Oh, this is how Warren speaks. If you don't mind, I hate to ask you this. While you're up, could you speak slowly? Can't get to the point. I feel like we didn't do the speaking slowly thing either. At the office, you said work smarter, not harder, and I was wondering what you meant by that Warren line. Does that about cover everything that was on this document? I'm looking around all of our digital white space. It seems so. Okay. Okay. So now let's pull up the script. For City Girly. Is this book material? In a way, yeah. This is actually a digital writer's room. So earlier we were editing a novel. Before that, we creatively wrote a short story. And what you're looking at here is our digital whiteboard for a 5-page and under script. I do try and write something in screenplay format. I do prose, I do short story, I do novels, try and hit a little bit of every genre. But regardless of what format this is going to, in which case this will be screenplay, yeah, this is how you kind of start to build your whiteboard, right? You start outlining things, you start defining character wants, you start throwing up ideas on the board that you may use, may not use, may lead you to better ideas. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I hope you like it. I hope you stick around for it. Basically, for City Girly. So, what is the genre? I'm so glad you asked. We decided on this log line that it'd be kind of maybe shot like a horror movie, but what it really is it's kind of turning into a drama. What you're here for, though, is to finish. We're gonna finish the first draft of this, and then we're gonna go back and we're gonna punch it up. And if we decide that it belongs in the horror genre, we'll do it. If we decide that we like it as a drama, we'll keep it. But really, we have a really direct relationship between Rob Timmons and Warren Scott, decided by our chat last stream. And so you can also participate. Feel free to throw out ideas in the chat as well. But Rob wants to just be left alone so he can play online chess at home on his day off of work when he learns that Warren, his co-worker, has moved in next to him, and all Warren wants is some company because Warren is new to the neighborhood. His parents are getting older, maybe getting sick, and he doesn't have any friends. So their wants are in direct conflict with one another, and we're exploring. We're in the exploration stage right now. No definitive answers. We're coming up with them right now. So give me a moment, and I'll pull up the screenplay format of this that we just completed last stream. Open it here. Chest to chest. Yeah, it's. I gave it a very poor title. Chest to chest. We were calling it Checkmate. Okay. Okay. Is that it? Am I doing it? All right. So this is our doc. I know it's a lot on the screen. I'm so sorry. But it's kind of how it is. So how's it come out in physical version? Can you clarify what you mean? Like, do you mean are we gonna shoot it? Or you mean like the physicalized version like in screenplay format? Is that what we're talking about? Just curious as to what you meant. I want to answer you as honestly as possible. So, it's called Checkmate for now. Let's just read through it and catch up on where we are. Is it a movie or a book? Screenplay. And for that, I mean, it's a short. Like, consider this like a short film or sketch, almost. We always try and do something in under 5 pages because we don't have a lot of time at the end of the stream. And we want to keep creating new things every stream so we don't feel like our ideas are precious, that there's an infinite well of ideas that will empower us, that will strengthen us as writers, that will toughen up our ability to cut mercilessly and shift to the best idea and not focus on one idea simply because we spent a lot of time on it, right? We have to be fluid and flexible. And this is a great way to do it. Also, for City Girly, I kind of like screenplay, but don't see any. Oh, you mean in your everyday life? Yes, we don't really see a lot of screenplays in our everyday lives. Um, but they're really great, and I'll tell you why. Learning to write in screenplay format can also inform your prose format. How can you say the most with the least amount of lines? That's a big goal in screenplay writing. Also, in this format, you start to notice redundancy. You have to be really, really sharp at creating visuals, because screenplay writing is for the visual medium. It's going to turn into a movie, film, short, television show. So it also helps sharpen your ability to create the pictures that you want your reader to create in their imagination, so they see what you see whenever you write. Some people are auditory, some people are visual, some people are both. I'm a very visual person, so I really find screenplay writing to be a nice home base for me. But also, writing prose has helped me inform my screenplay writing as well. It makes me more sensory, the unabashed time that I get to spend being detailed in prose allows me to build my lexicon, explore sensorial ways to introduce characters, plot devices, atmosphere, tone, location, relationships. It all feeds into one another. What's the name of the screenplay? It's going to be called Checkmate for now. Let's read through it, okay? And also, for us to be girly, if you want, be sure to visit my YouTube page. Be sure to like and subscribe if you're interested or become interested in some of this stuff. I have a ton of videos on there. There you go. I'll pin this to the top of the chat, just in case anybody's interested. And then also, if you ever want to share your YA, I'd love to show you my Discord. A lot of really great writers are on the Discord. They like to share their work. Not just screenplays. We've also read a couple of chapters of other people's fiction, fan fiction as well. Artwork. Sometimes people just talk about what TV shows or books or poetry they've read that they've really liked that they want to share. Scrolly is really amazing about posting in the Discord. He often shares a lot of cool videos that are really informative. Scrolly, I don't know if you shared this to the Discord or just DM'd me about it, but the Lee Childs interview. So interesting. Oh, cool. I met a goal. Awesome. Thanks for that. I didn't realize I would hit a milestone. That's really cool. Thanks, y'all. Cool. Wow, what a awesome day. Let's start reading this screenplay now, so we can get to writing and I can stop being a yapper here. This is called Checkmate. This is how far we've gotten. Interior, Rob's home. Day. Rob, 30s, straight-laced and keeps to himself, sits at his computer playing a game of online chess. He bites his thumbnail and finally makes a move. Ding dong. Rob answers the door to reveal Warren, 30s, affable and a little bombastic, stands with his hands on his hips, Labrador energy. Good morning, sunshine. Rob is bewildered. Hey, what are you doing here? Don't worry, the boss didn't send me. I'm your neighbor now. I accidentally got some of your mail. I saw the name and I was like, oh my god, I work with a Rob Timmons. And it's you. Oh, that's crazy. Can I come in? Sure. Warren bulldozes into the home, past Rob, looking around. Wow, this is what your home looks like. This is what your home looks like? I was expecting it to be more officey. Well, it's my home, Warren. My sanctuary from the office. If you don't mind, I was in the middle of a game. Oh, look at that! I watched the Queen's Gambit. From what I can tell, it's basically advanced checkers. That's a way of looking at it. Well, it's kind of my day off, so if you don't mind, Warren throws his hands up. Of course, boss, how silly of me. I'll see my way out, but just know that I'll be around. But just know that I'll be around if you need me. Same. Thanks for my mail. Same? Yeah, if you ever need anything. Warren smiles and steps out of the door. Rob runs his fingers through his hair, sits back at his computer to complete his game. Rob starts a timed match. He makes quick, decisive moves until, ding dong. Rob rolls his eyes and tries to ignore the doorbell. Ding dong. Hey boss, it's me again. I know you're home. Your car's in the driveway. A quick knock at the door. Rob shoots up and throws open his door. It's Warren again. Howdy, boss. I think we know this. Howdy, boss. I hate to ask you this, but we make too much food and it won't all fit in the freezer. I wanted to see if you want some ambrosia salad. Is that? Not a question yet. It's a lead-in. Marshmallows, coconut, some canned fruit, and my parents always like to add some sour cream. Warren hands it over to Rob. Thanks, but I really need to be getting back. No problem. Oh, and the other day at work, you said work smarter, not harder. What does that mean? Let's save work talk for the office, okay? Sure thing, boss. Rob shuts the door on Warren's smiling face. Now, let me check the chat here. Force City Girly says, I don't know that much about screenplays because I'm a designer, but I love to add. Yeah! Look, you don't need to be great at screenplays to participate. This is about story. This is about character. This is about taking real life experiences and finding ways to make them cinematic, to make them dramatic, and stretch them into something really cool, right? So right now, let's all of us writers, first impressions of what we've seen of the first half of the screenplay. We're in about Act 2, if we're considering this to be a 5-page screenplay, 3 pages. We need an Act 3, which consists of an escalation, a false victory, the feeling of of a character taking an action and feeling that there's a point of no return. Like after this action, there's no going back to the way things used to be, right? We have to evoke that feeling. And of course, in our Act 3, we need a sense of conclusion, a finale. We need something to signal to the audience that the story is over. Now, with all that being said, I know it seems like a lot, but it won't be. And we can go over our 5 pages. It's just more important to understand that we're not trying to make a whole feature film here. We're just trying to do something in screenplay format that resonates, that emotionally resonates, rings true to life, or makes us excited, right? We go to the movies to escape life. Oh, we have Face Your Fear joining. Screenplay writing looks fun, but it absolutely goes against my nature and my inner maximalist. Oh, maximalist, maybe. Maximalist. Could never. I don't think you're a Marxist, right? Hey, that's no problem. Because if you're a maximalist, then look at a screenplay as like an outline. I want to know where my story's going, but I don't need to fill in all the details yet. That's the fun thing that I get to do when. That's the fun thing that you get to do when you've kind of started outlining your story, your characters, where you're going. Don't even worry about it, face your fear. I don't know where here is, but late is a great time for a writer to write. I think early mornings. I think at night, our brain gets a little creative. Midday, kind of had to force myself into creativity, which is where I am. So let's talk about the screenplay where it's at. Right now, it's kind of bland. Right now, it's lacking some punch. Right now, it's story, it's character, and it's want of one character versus the want of another character. Good. Foundationally, great. But it isn't really fun yet. And I think fun doesn't necessarily mean woohoo, we're laughing, we're having a good time. Fun is Act Two's promise of the premise. You click on a horror movie, you're promised something. You're promised dark moodiness, creaking doors, a jump scare, a creature, a psychopath, obsession, something thrilling, something that makes your heart pound, something that makes you lean forward in your seat or sit back in your seat. We were talking in our notes about what does this look like as a horror. Well, I think the difference between comedy and drama has a lot to do with time. So one of my instinctual first ideas to fix this is that everything's happening fast. Whenever things happen fast, it's kind of when you're propulsive, it feels like action or it feels like comedy. In comedy writing, you'll often hear louder, faster, funnier. It's kind of the go-to rule to trick your audience into laughing. If you take a comedy and you spread it out over time, you create tension, and all of a sudden the comedy becomes something, tense, really. Writers often describe it as pulling the rubber band. How tight can you pull the rubber band before it snaps? If you ever watched, what'd you do? Right? You scared yourself? I did not step on my dog, by the way. She scared herself if you heard a squeal. You ever watched Key and Peele? Jordan Peele says that a horror is just a comedy with a soundtrack underneath it. So, let me check the chat here. So how much work is left? Well, we're trying to put our Act 3 down. We're on 3 pages of 5. Yeah, I get the comparison as an outline, but I think my original thinking is more layered and dense in general, so while I can appreciate the craft behind it, sometimes it's a lot more witchcraft to my brain. Everybody has to write their own style. That's what makes you special, of course. Yes. And, and I would probably never write like that, because I've developed my own sense of like what works for me. I've tried so many different things where I get burned out, or I can't jumpstart my brain, or sometimes some people like to write theme first, which blows my mind. Me personally, I need a sense of character, what the character wants, and a sense of tone and atmosphere to kind of understand what it is that I'm writing and where I'm going. And everybody operates differently, and that's why writers' voices are so unique. And I appreciate it. I gotta say, I appreciate picking up a book, reading it, thinking, wow, my mind would never have come up with this. I love it. Scrolls says, I feel like it's very dialogue driven so far. Yes, excellent. So let's make some notes. I'm going to quickly minimize this. I'm going to quickly minimize the script now that we've read through it. One moment. Okay. So let's talk about like what the script needs. What the script needs. I want to justify everything. Bold. Needs action. It needs to move through time. It's lacking suspense. And it's lacking suspense. Okay, so we have. Oh, you guys want to meet the dog real fast? All right, I'll try. Oh my gosh. This is Sugar. Sugar is a Boston Terrier, but she's also a weenie because she definitely is very needy and whiny, but she's very sweet, which is what we call her Sugar. And she hates that I'm on stream because she would prefer to have my attention. Let's see. Scroll says, well, you can get all that witchcraft out and then consolidate it down, so maximalism can work for screenplays. Josh Safdie mentioned he used a maximalist approach for writing Marty Supreme. Scrolls makes a really good point, and also Quentin Tarantino. Quentin Tarantino will often overwrite his scripts, often putting in details that the audience never finds out. Like the reason behind the throat scar on Brad Pitt's character in Inglourious Basterds. Things like that. Sometimes he will write, I think he is writing a prose or novel form of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, so he could do a deeper exploration of the characters. Essentially, sometimes Tarantino will write a book and then adapt his own book into screenplay form. There's a million different ways to write. As long as your methodology gets you to your computer and gets your fingers moving, or helps you put pen to paper, it's the right one. Let's see. Force D Girly says, I have a cat. Her name is Lydia. Oh, that's a good name for a cat. That's interesting not to decry or denounce that approach, but I do not think that it matches all too well with ergodic writing, but I have not done my due research into that subject, so I will refrain from judging fully. Yeah, I think you're right, Face Your Fear. This is kind of a space or a community where we don't have to judge what's right or wrong. It's more like, what's working? What makes the story better? Taking a step back and looking at things from a meta approach. Like how we get there interests me less than what it is that we've made once we've done the thing. Not to mention, I think it's also a safe space to try a bunch of different methodologies. I don't know. I guess you're new to the chat, but we've done pantser writing approaches, writing from the seat of your pants, essentially improv writing, where we just started by looking around the room, getting inspired by something, and then wrote not knowing what was going to come next. We didn't do any sort of outlines or anything like that. We wrote a story where we wrote a really detailed outline, Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, character description, basically a huge plot summary before we started writing. We decided to write a screenplay where our goal was to just write a strong character. What does it mean to write a strong character? You know, started with that kind of goal in mind. Anything that gets you to your screen, anything that gets you in front of a piece of paper, that's the way to go. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I find it hard to envision Catch-22 or House of Leaves as screenwriting. Well, if you remember, I think it was Hulu did a really great, I think in my mind, really did a really great adaptation of Catch-22. I really loved what they did with it. Scroll says, I want a cat for my dog. I want a dog for my dog, Scrolls, so maybe you should leave me alone during the stream a little bit. Not saying that it can't be done, but I cannot see transfer of concepts being a clean one. I work fine with my style, but I do respect the craft when I see it. Cool. Yeah, a healthy respect, non-judgmental attitude. It's all you really need. You don't have to write screenplays if you don't want to. Up the Mariners! How long do you usually stream for? Till 5 p.m. my time? It's about 4 p.m. my time right now, so you have another hour with me. I'm on the Pacific Coast, PST. Scrolls says, I haven't read those, so I can't give a response on that. But I'm more of a film buff, but I mostly dedicate my time to visual arts. Scrolls is a very, very talented visual artist, by the way. You can check out his work on Discord as well. Films are my best friend since I can watch as I work. Oh, you do pantsing. You know, I have a tendency to thrive there too. I do a very loose outline. I find that I waver back and forth between the two. Face your fear. I like to have a guidepost, because if I let myself wander too long, I'll go too far past reason. And so sometimes whenever I feel like I'm writing and I run out of steam, I go, well, where was I headed? It's nice to have a touchstone. For me, that's whenever I go back to the outline. And then Four City Girlie says, sorry, I have to go now. See you on another stream. By the way, I joined your server too. Excellent. Thank you so much. That's so cool. I look forward to see you on the next stream. Thanks so much for your time. Appreciate you. And then Face Your Fear. And I'm glad to encounter more ways to tackle writing. Tools are never wrong. Yeah, okay. Take care. All right, cool. But overall, what I really like about writing is just how humbling writing really is. You see so many talented people. There's so much to learn. Yes, I agree with you there. For sure, I steal from the best. I always find it fascinating how other people approach the same subjective art form and the different results that we get from it, and just the inner workings of everybody's brain makes people and their voices so unique and lovely. I think writing is more than just writing. It's also therapeutic. It's an exploration of self. It's self-expression. It's the ability to record, or not even record, but have a record. Have a record of your self-expression, to be able to take a step back, look at the commonality of everything that you've ever written, understand the themes that reoccur in your own life. It's deep, it's therapy, it's fun, it's cool, and not to mention, the more personal you get, whenever you begin to share things, you're going to realize how many people it actually connects with. Things that you thought were only in your mind are shared by millions of people around the world who were too scared or couldn't put the right words to convey those thoughts out loud. I think that's why we like stand-up comedians so much. Don't you agree? Okay. My favorite exercise to truly learn about sentences is to write 3 sentences in one. Like all odd words form a sentence, all even words form a sentence. And together, read in full, it forms the third. That's interesting. Face your fear. Can you do that in the chat? Like as a brief example? I'd love to see. Oh, okay. I see, I see. And also, face your fear. Can you provide an example of that exercise? The link is pinned to the top of this chat. And sure to like and subscribe. Cool. All right. While we did kind of get distracted, I think we got distracted, pardon me, in a good way. It's nice to get gassed up about writing, isn't it? And it's nice to know that there are other people out there who, there we go, who are having similar thoughts, concerns, are equally adventurous in the mind. Scrolls says, speaking of Safdie brothers in good time, they have a lot of those fever sequences. What if maybe in the first act there's a sequence of quick chess movements, close-ups, and protagonist sweating, hand shaking, cuts to the chessboard close-ups on his queen getting pinned back and forth as we see him crumble maniacally. Okay, yes, Scrolls. So I like that. Just tell me how it moves the story forward. I see. In 5 pages, everything has to kind of interlock. So what are we saying? We're saying that he visually, when you see that, you're like, this guy is obsessive. He takes it really seriously. It's almost like also with that Scrolls. It's like, what is he foregoing while he's focused on chess? So if we know that what he needs, not what he wants, is connection, personal connection, we should be seeing, what's his name? Rob. Rob is purposefully neglecting socializing for chess. So it's like ignoring texts, voicemails, mail, etc. Because whenever it shows up at his door, he can't avoid it, right? Warren is his nightmare at his doorstep. The materialization of the monster, right? If we're thinking about keeping this as a horror movie. Okay, hold on, Face Your Fear is doing, but here's a small sample that follows. Present memories, past the future envisioned, they wonder, are all for nothing? Present, past, future, they are for memories, the envisioned wonder. Oh, I see, I see. So you have a set amount of words and you get to rearrange them and force them into a new sentences. New sentences. Present, past, future. They are all for memories. The envisioned wonder, all nothing. Oh. Okay. That's cool. I like that exercise. Maybe next stream we'll play around with that. That's a fun one. That's a fun one that I haven't done before. Thanks for sharing that, Facial Fear. Appreciate that. Okay, so Mookie's throwing in right before the breakthrough, the doorbell rings. Okay, but how do we know he's about to have a breakthrough? And Scrolls, this is really where you come in. Because you're kind of as far as I know in the chat, the best at chess or have the most experience at chess. So how do we visualize that, right? So he's got to be in checkmate. He's about to, maybe it's check. I know check happens before checkmate. He's positioning himself. Maybe he can like Soto say something to himself out loud. Got you. I've got you. Move that knight to b6 or whatever in your mind, right? Like something we have to inform the audience that there's a breakthrough right before the doorbell rings, and only you know that, as far as I know. That's fantastic. And then, sorry, Mookie said, sorry, neglecting chest, neglecting teapot. That's a really great image that comes with a sound that's very sensorial, steam, right? Microwave chime. Scroll says, well, the queen is pinned. He finds a move that compromises his opponent's queen afterwards, but he's on a 2-minute time crunch in a 3-minute game, so the doorbell ringing would ruin the match or break his concentration enough to play the wrong piece. I see. And then Mookie's solution is Rob saying, I've got you. I watched enough of your YouTube videos to know your next move. Something like that. Yeah, yeah. See, that's what I need, Scrolls. I need kind of what Mookie said. So you have the situation, but remember, not all audience members watching are chess players. Or even so, they might not, you see the end of a chess game. For non-chess players, it would still take a while of just hanging on that screen to like put it all together, that the queen is pinned, blah, blah, blah. We have to have somebody say it out loud. I'm trying to think of another way that this can be communicated, but this seems like a dialogue fix. Scrolls is right, it can be, he was playing against a famous YouTube chess streamer. He actually found a way to win. This wasn't just any online game. Okay, so now we're setting up stakes. So that's what we're saying. It's like Rob's stakes are high. He's playing online against a famous YouTube chess player. He has the upper hand. I've been studying how to play. This one chance to play this person never happens online when playing solo queues. Okay. But needs to be. So the stakes are, this also needs to be inferred that this is a rare opportunity. Here's my conundrum with that. Is it might be in conflict with our need to move through time, because our need to move through time is going to give it the shot like a horror movie situation. See what I'm talking about? I just want to see if you are putting together the conundrum that I'm putting together. That with time, we build tension. And by this, I want to give an example. I don't want to be generic about this. I want to say that with the horror movie genre, right, we have this guy who comes over during the day. I'm trying to play chess. Thanks. Cool. Then maybe in the evening he comes over. Rule of 3. And then at like 3 a.m. you get a knock on the door. And then it starts to feel obsessive. And what could be happening at 3 a.m.? And maybe it's not even a knock on the door anymore. Maybe the knock on the door is ignored. And all of a sudden, is somebody walking on my roof? Is he trying to get in? Is he trying all the door handles? Did he just try the door handle on my back door? You know what I mean? Like that's gonna build tension. That's gonna build horror, especially if we do like morning, evening, dead of night, right? We're seeing an arc. So there's one chance to play this guy. I don't know. It's cool and it's definitely stakes. But remember, this is not about the chess match. This is about his relationship to Warren. So let's take a step back and refocus. Can we use this even though it's a good idea? And this is what I talk about all stream. We have to be comfortable with throwing away good ideas because the story is trying to tell us what it is. We do have to follow the story. Can we follow the story? What does the story need? So I think you guys know what my answer is, but this is a digital writer's, excuse me. This is a digital writer's room. I want you to know as well. I want you to propose a fix. What are you seeing as the fix? No wrong answers. Even if we don't use the answers aren't wrong. We have to start being able to throw creative spaghetti against the wall and see what sticks. And so to me, I think, as the lead writer of this writer's room, we all agreed it's lacking suspense. And suspense is about drawing out tension. And the only way to draw out tension is to suspend action from happening by using time as a tool. How can we move through time with action to create suspense? And I'm starting to think that quick chess games are not the answer. What scrolls, let me ask you this. Are there long chess games? Instead of these speed rounds, instead of these quick cuts, hyper tense, gotta get this done obsessively quick, and then it's over. How can we in what situations can we prolong a chess game? What's the longest a chess game can be played? Mookie says, we are fixing what? Trying to give some urgency to the opening based on it being a horror thriller. Right. So what we're trying to do, Mook, is we're trying to fix the promise of the premise. We're trying to fix what we're promising the audience. We said in our notes, shot like a horror movie. But when we read the script, it moved really fast. It seemed like planes, trains, and automobiles. It seemed like Due Date. It seemed like an Odd Couple character. Somebody bulldozing their way into a house. It seemed a little comedic, looking around like, oh, I expected your house to be more like an office. Well, it's a house, you know? It's more like, how can we start building a sense of obsession, of thrill, of uneasiness, right? Right now we have Warren giving him food that is essentially disgusting. We need to make it feel like a horror movie, and the twist should be the Act 3 reveal of Warren's situation, his state of mind. He's just a lonely guy, and he needs some company, and it's almost like realizing that the ghost is haunting you just needs to finish their unfinished business. Scrolls says, here's my pitch. You really want that quick sequence at the beginning, don't you? Him looking at his player online, just losing the match, finds breakthrough. Warren rings bell. Rob, annoyed, closes door on smiling face, goes back, loses match, clock keeps ticking. Hours pass. He plays match after match. Teapot kettle is rising. Things in disarray. Shots to the quiet house around him. The sounds of chess pieces slowly moving as we pan closer to his room. I feel like there's more there, Scrolls, right? Are you done there? I know there's a text limit on these chats, so I just want to make sure. Mookie MC says, yes, we wrote the first draft more as a comedy. The horror idea was put there when I mentioned that I may need to move away because Warren actually did buy a home 3 houses away from me. Oh, yeah. So it almost feels like an obsession piece. So here's where the threads are crossing. Scrolls has a guy who is obsessed with chess, who maybe is not realizing. This is where we can form some dramatic irony. Rob is obsessed with these chess matches winning. Warren is obsessed with Rob. Rob does not really start to grasp this until the second part of Act 2. Act 2s are always kind of divided into 2 parts. The false victory or the false defeat leading up to a midpoint, where it feels like a point of no return, and then the reverse on the way back down, right? So, what if the outline was this? Let's just keep figuring it out. Act 1. Rob is obsessive about online chess. Warren is obsessed about becoming friends with Rob. Warren keeps interrupting Rob's chess games for seemingly banal reasons throughout the day. Act 2. Rob is visited by Warren at night. Warren crosses a social boundary. Rob slams the door in Warren's face. Rob goes back to chess, but finds his power has been cut. No computer, no Wi-Fi, nothing. Alone in his dark home. Warren thinks Warren is outside and responsible Rob takes up arms, right? Can't call police. Can't reach help. Rob confronts Rob is haunted his home by Warren. And then the twist is Rob discovers Warren in his home. Warren helps him get power back on. Warren shares his story about his parents. Rob pulls out the physical chessboard. And offers him the game. Something like that, maybe? Let's see, I know the chat's lighting up. Let me check. Let me see what's going on. And I see people throwing out their ideas. Also, I'm going to scroll this up so you guys can see. Okay. So, Scroll says, this is just where I'm feeling it can work there in this kind of approach, the insanity of playing match after match. Sunk cost fallacy, Rob slamming his mouse, maybe even screaming. So at some point, Rob realizes that he is Warren's chess piece. Oh, that's a fun way to look at it. Honestly, something like that could totally set Rob off in a spiral using chess as a distraction from the truth that Warren moved nearby. Agreed. I also think that I was also thinking in the horror sense, second, third act, he could switch to slower games, realizing he needs to calm down. So, second act is calm before the storm. As we get to third act, Warren is behaving more aggressively. Rob is also playing against a very aggressive chess player. The camera keeps cutting to the fear of losing against this guy, the pressure put on him in game, and the pressure from Warren. Then, as he hears noises on the roof, we see his king getting more and more pinned. Check after check, the opponent keeps closing in on him. I'll share a match I played the other day that I narrowly escaped, but I remember feeling clout giving me a break, man. Okay, like, as long as we can elicit this, you have to remember you're talking to a non-chess player here. And the audience has to feel it. So it's less, I want to stress this to you guys, it's less about the actual game of chess and more about the characters and the relationships they find themselves in. Chess is the B story. I want you guys to also remember to focus on these two human beings who have needs, whose needs and wants are at conflict with one another. The chess is great, but we need to kind of start moving away from the chess. That is something that we're going to put in, that we're going to have to punch up. But remember, we tell stories about human beings. So let's do that. Let's start the story. And if, I swear to God, if this thing starts to focus too much on the chess, I'm going to ignore it. But I understand that it is important, that it is an overarching theme, that it is a metaphor for, it needs to function as a metaphor for who these two people are and how they are feeling. For instance, whenever we start to play the slower game, Scrolly, I'm going to need you to tell me, like, whenever like Warren is maybe outside of the house and we see a shadow pass in front of a moonlit window. How do we represent that in a chess move to where it feels like Rob's game has come to life and we start to move from the game out into the real world, where if we know that Rob keeps losing, keeps being outmatched, that and it keeps being outmatched, that he might lose his life as well, right? It needs to feel, who do you think Warren is? What do you mean? Do you mean in chess? Do I think he's like the queen who gets to move everywhere freely? Because we've already done some, what are his intentions? So we've done this work, right? So if we go up here, Warren is somebody who is easily attached, who wants somebody to talk to. Warren is new to the neighborhood. His parents are sick. He doesn't have very many friends. He needs somebody to talk to, and Rob is maybe his favorite co-worker at his job, and he's becoming very codependent on knowing Rob for a friendship. Right? But he's becoming obsessive to the point he is on his roof. Maybe. Yeah. We're trying to do a horror movie, right? And we can excuse away why he's on the roof. I was trying to fix the Wi-Fi. I know you were trying to play chess. I saw the light in your window. Blah, blah, blah. It doesn't even necessarily have to be on the roof. But yeah, what's the horror version of this? And this is something that that Mookie can make a testament to. His coworker literally bought a house 3 houses down, right? So what does that feel like? That feeling of claustrophobia, that feeling of that guy from work always being a part of your life. Yeah, that's the horror of it, right? And yes, these are questions that we need to be answering before we get too heavy into chess. Chess is a distraction. Human beings. Yes, why is this person so obsessive? Maybe he made a bunch of bad decisions. You know, there are people who get restraining orders put on them. Who are we talking about? This is where the focus should be, right? Now, with that being said, it's like, well, what should we do next, right? We're talking about character. We understand the fever pitch of chess that Rob goes through. Mookie, text or phone call. I saw your lights go off. Is everything all right? Great, right? And to me, that fits into a character motivation. This guy's lost so much already. His parents are sick. And even if he's the one who calls the lights to go off, he kept knocking at the door late at night. Hey, you want to come out and get some dinner? And then the lights go off. Oh, hey, man, I saw your lights go off. Like if him knocking on the door caused Rob to turn the lights off. But if the whole neighborhood lost power, like it's a weird coincidence. I guess the theme of the story is obsession. Yes, theme often emerges after the story is written. Take a step back and you look at it. You know, what is the story about? Yes, we're writing essentially a horror thriller about obsession. Oops. That is the direction we're going in. Right? Let's see. There we go. Make sure everybody sees it. Now, let's take a look at this Act 1. Rob is obsessive about online chess. We show this through Scrolly's montage, right? He's playing a bunch of quick successive games, but it's important that Rob keeps losing these games. Like, we're seeing an underdog being built right now. Lost. It's gotta make a person feel some type of way, right? We're coming in at his lowest, and we're gonna pull him even lower. That's tension building. Warren is obsessed about becoming friends with Rob. Warren keeps interrupting Rob's chess games for seemingly banal reasons throughout the day. Rob is visited by Warren at night. Warren crosses a social boundary. Rob slams the door in Warren's face. Rob goes back to chess, but finds his power has been cut. No computer, no Wi-Fi, nothing. Alone in this dark home. He thinks Warren is outside and is responsible for this. Rob takes up arms, calls the police, he can't reach help. Rob feels haunted in his own home by Warren, looking over his shoulder at every little creak and bump in the night. The twist is that Rob discovers Warren is in his home helping him get his power back on, or maybe Warren has a generator that he's going to lend Rob because despite all of Rob's pushing away, Warren is just a really good neighbor, and it's nice to have a friend who cares about you that much, right? A little planes, trains, and automobiles in that sort of way. Warren shares a story about his parents being sick and how he just really needs a friend, and he's so glad that he moved into the neighborhood. Even if Rob doesn't want him there, it's just nice to know somebody. And maybe that makes Rob turn off his computer even though he has Wi-Fi and power back. Go up to his room, pull out a dusty chessboard, wipe away the dust, take out the pieces, and ask, do you want to play? It's your move, that kind of thing. Warren has never been obsessed about anything before and has been bland for the most part, and it all gets unleashed on Rob, or at least Rob thinks so. I guess, where does it come from also? Like, I don't think it's a strong move in 5 pages to be like, this has never happened before and now it's happening. It's like, well, the tendencies have always been there, but why is it happening now? That's what we really need to know. Why, at this point in his life, even if that is true, why now? But you're going to have to justify that with his backstory. So we just need to say that those tendencies have always been lurking there. I don't mind this being his first time, but I don't like the feeling that this came out of nowhere. This has never happened to me before. And also, maybe I'm misreading it in the chat, because in chats we lose context like we would in the room, right? But I think Mook, for the most part, we're maybe on the same page. So, Scroll says, I don't mean to go deep into chess, explain my visual idea. Yeah, absolutely. Understood. Scroll says, I guess the theme of the story is obsession. I understand Rob more. He's more relatable in a sense. I'm trying to figure out Warren and empathize with him. So, you don't necessarily have to figure out Warren in order to empathize with them. You just have to feel the same human emotion that Warren is feeling, which is, at some point in our lives, we've all felt alone. That's the emotional connection. I don't have any friends, or at least friends that I can talk to. At some point, we've all been the new person in a room, right? We've all had our first day of school. We leave the comfort of our family and our home, and we walk into a brand new place, and they're filled with strangers that we don't know, and we look for something. We look for anything to relate to. And think about the first friend you ever made in school. Maybe it's somebody who like wore the same sneakers or backpack as you, or just gave you a little bit of attention. So you're like, well, I'm going to talk to you because you seem friendly in this room full of strangers. And it's because you're the first person who said hi to me. It's now me and you against all of these people until we figure out this new environment, right? It's a basic survival mechanism that we all have inside of us. Scrolls says there's a thing with narcissists where they buy you a pizza a day and after they berate you because this odd sense of forgiveness, Warren does something that disturbs Rob, so Warren delivers a good tasting dish, but to Rob the food doesn't equate to him losing his concentration, though it causes a small rift in empathy and false sense of security for Rob. Thanks for the dish, Warren, and look, I know you meant well, but just try and slow it down a bit, okay? I'm not saying Warren's a narcissist, but the idea of rug sweeping, especially among family members, is not only suggested, but sometimes demanded in certain households. A horror story in itself, being justified in anger, makes you crazy, I see. Almost like gaslighting. Vicky says maybe find through dialogue the dynamic for Warren. Rob plays chess, Warren. I never really graduated from solitaire. Yeah, I like that. I like keeping that dialogue thematic without giving too much away. And I like what Scrolls is saying, but we can't say it out loud. We need to demonstrate it through action or subtextual dialogue as well, right? So, I think we've discussed this enough. We have about 30 minutes left. We're probably still not going to finish this, but we made some really strong leaps in judgment. We've crafted. This also almost makes me think I'm gonna save as. I'm gonna do another one. We'll call it Checkmate. But this is gonna be version 2, right? Oops, pardon me. No, it's called Checkmate here. We don't need that there. And we have, let's start a new draft. Let's start butchering our old one. The old one is saved. It's still there. It's safe. No worries. We can throw away old ideas. We know we're going to still start off an interior Rob's home day, being obsessive about online chess. Now, go ahead, Scrolls. Let's do your quick little montage. Need to find that, oh geez, we talked about so much. Find it. The quick sequence setting the beginning off. All right, so we still have 5 pages. So no less than 3, no more than 5 quick cuts is the rule. So we've got to build a sense of momentum that he's losing. I think 5 would be good. What's a good onomatopoeia for like losing a chess match sound? Like a clack, blah, blah. Dull. A sad trombone. Ping. Ping. And what's the message? Black wins. That's checkmate. Who's a turn? Well, I mean, what does it say? Scrolls. You've been frustrated enough in these online chess matches. What's your losing message, kind of? No, not how you react. The message, like the pop-up message after you've lost a chess match. What does it say? I know how losing reacts. It's frustration, it's hands in hair, it's scoffing, it's eye rolling, it's slamming of mouses and keyboards and banging of fists on desks. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Thanks for reminding me, Mook. I forgot. So everything below is our old stuff. We'll take it if we need it, but I'm not focused on it. Everything below this line is what we wrote, but as far as I'm concerned, it's just hot garbage. Ping. White wins. Is that what it says? Okay. Let's see. Black timeout, white is victorious, or if it's checkmate, checkmate, white is victorious. Could expect a checkmate, ping has physically shaken me like a jump scare. Okay, okay. So what is, you've seen what I've written. Is that fine? You would change it as a obsessive online chess player? Is that, or is it, what is it? You got the chess experience. You let me know. In the meantime, GT's kombucha is watching. Let's polish off this bottle. Okay, there we go. No worries. All right, y'all. What's next? You think it's fine? Okay, cool. You have him jump on the last one. Maybe it's unexpected CM. Oh, checkmate. But I don't know. It's minor. Okay, these should escalate, right? So here's what I'm trying to do. In order to build the tension, every little action that Rob gets angry about, he needs to physically escalate. That's why it's like a damn it. It's just a who wouldn't verbally give a damn it. Another one. Stand up, walk angrily around. Fine. Sit back down. Lost another one. What the fuck? Right? So we have a damn it, we have a stand up and walk in a circle, we have a bang a mouse against the table. I'm thinking 5, honestly. Two more escalating, and honestly, we can reorder these, all right? Just because I typed them in this order does not mean they have to stay in this order. So, give me some stuff. Everybody has been angry. What do you guys do when you're angry? You want to throw something across the room? You want to yell into a pillow on the couch? Give me something, y'all. Give me something. Lucky bastard. I won that. Can lose a match on time the first one. He's winning the match, but 1 minute left. It's the last second. Pretend that we're not seeing the screen. Pretend that we're not watching the chess game. We're watching the guy playing chess. Cinematically, a screen of a screen, not that interesting. You might use it as a quick way to get some information across, but I want to point a camera at a human face, and I want to point a camera at a human reaction, because we're documenting the human experience, right? So, I threw them off the cuff, but I think they're fine. Like yell into a pillow. Clicks on speed round. Same thing. Click. Rob flops onto his couch, grabs a pillow, and yells into it. And then on this 5th one, right? Now we can do the thing where he's about to win, maybe, and then he gets the knock on the door, okay? So, let's see. He clicks on speed round, click. Black White's king is cornered. The time ticks down. Rob, got you now. Rob goes, clicks on his chess piece, and is about to, and moves it over me and over White's king piece. Dot. Ding dong. Mom is distracted. Rob turns to the door and turns back to the game. The timer runs out. Would White win in that situation? Maybe it's like draw? What happens there? What's the frustrating part? How can you lose whenever you're about to checkmate but the timer runs out? What happens, Scrolls? Pulling hair, crushing a can, eating too many snacks. I like that, some insight into you, Mook. But why wouldn't both people lose? Do both people lose if you run out of time? Isn't the other person also running out of time? Doesn't matter if you have checkmate in one move. Ping. What wins? Rob pulls at his hair as he walks to the door. His face red. Opens the door to reveal Warren. Thirties. Affable. I don't know about this little bombastic. Affable. Labrador energy is good. Oh. Guess I need to keep that capitalized. Stands with his hands on his hips. Oh, let's see. Kramnik, a world champion, famously threw a tantrum for this. His opponent ran his time down while clearly in a losing position. Kramnik cried about lack of honor, which Kramnik ironically lacks. Huh, learns something new every day. That's kind of crazy. Also, a little bit unfair, right? I don't know, to me it's like, hey, we both had this set amount of time. That's fucked up. But hey, gotta win. Gotta get in how you fit in. Yeah, what's up? Okay. So, let us keep going. Part of the sport. So now we have established Rob is obsessive about online chess. He keeps losing. Warren is obsessed about becoming friends with Rob. Okay, so let's write Warren. Let's take a step out of Rob's shoes and into Warren's shoes. Okay, so Warren is expecting probably a warm welcome. Thank God, I know somebody from the neighborhood. Thank God I know somebody in this neighborhood, right? Maybe he is just as alone as I am. I bet he would. Maybe it's like a lot of projection. Maybe Rob will appreciate having a friend. So we reveal Warren. You still want to do this annoying good morning sunshine thing? It's so terrible. Feels appropriate. Oh my god, I just got rated! Yunsu official, thank you so much. Man, I appreciate that. I say man, I don't know who you are, but thank you so much for your raid. I really appreciate it. Insert generic raid message here. Oh my god, barely planted rose. Up the Mariners. Oh, you're back. What's up? Oh wow. So begin live. Wow. Hey y'all. Thank you for the raid. That's fantastic. The Terrible Novelist is back here. What's going on, y'all? We're just cruising through some screenplay writing. I hope you like it. We bring generic ingredients, y'all. We need generic around here. We've been too specific. I must say, we've been too detail-oriented. We need to take a step back. We need to be meta here. This is the perfect raid for me. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Hey, y'all, if you want to, be sure to like and subscribe. If you're writers, tell me about what y'all are doing. Tell me what you're writing. I'll tell you what we're doing. You've caught us in our digital writer's room. This is the point in the stream where we all get active in the chat and we write together. Right now we're writing 5 pages about approximately kind of a horror style story about a chess-obsessed guy whose co-worker moves into the same neighborhood as him and is becoming obsessed with him. And all he wants to do is be alone and play chess. And all his co-worker wants to do is be friends with him. And they keep crossing social boundaries. And it's going to be framed as a little bit of like a social, psychological horror. And we're just kind of going through the motions. So I hope that's something that you're interested in. If so, stick around. Write with me a little bit. Terrible Novelist says it already feels a little horror-ish. Yeah. And Yansu Official, I want to, once again, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. LMAO, you have no idea how many times I've done that. Thank man, whatever you are. yeah, same. To me, everybody's dude and guy, but it's 2026. I should know better. It's just Ned Flanders in a chess episode. Terrible Novelist, I'll be in my Discord ready to help with Das OBS. Oh, cool. Also, guys, if you want, I have a Discord if you ever want to share your work with us. I've read chapters of people's fan fiction, I've read screenplays, we've gone over pitch decks. Anything that is like writing related or art related, feel free to join my Discord, drop it in, especially if you want to hear something read out loud, or if you need a free focus group. Hey, it's hard. It's hard to find people who are going to read your book, read your screenplay, read your poetry, who aren't just your family and will say, oh, you did a great job. And you can, if you want actual feedback, if you want to hear it spoken out loud and read with sincerity, feel free to visit that Discord that I dropped in the chat. Also, if you want to watch this ad-free, pin my YouTube link in case you want to go and join my YouTube page, and you can watch it live, completely ad-free as well. So any subscribes, follows always help. Of course, completely optional. It's voluntary. You do you. I'm just happy that you're here. Barely Planted Rose, fantastic screen name. It's like, bro, it's a generic greeting. Yes, I agree, bro, brah. All right, you've gotten yelled at it. Oh, see. I think yelling's a little too harsh. Dang guy had me drive to Dalton. The heck? Atanshi, I just like anybody who says the heck. My kind of people. You found the right you found the right stream, baby. Cool. Well, guys, if you are writers, let me know in the chat what you write. If not, just hang out with me and Mookie MC, Scrolls. Love to hear fresh ideas. I'll read what we've kind of gotten started on. Right now, we're opening in a screenplay where we're establishing Rob is a character who is obsessed with chess. How are we doing this? In a quick montage of 5 moments that escalate to build tension. We know that Rob likes playing chess because he is obsessed with it, because he plays 5 speed rounds in a row. We also know that he keeps losing, and the reason that we have Rob consistently losing is because we want his character to win. But in order to build tension, we're not going to let him win until Act 3, until the finale. And even then, he won't win. He won't get what he wants. He will get what he needs, which is connection with a real person. So right now we have Rob playing online chess. Let's see how it reads, actually. You're coming in at a great time, so we can kind of get a sense of the pace. Interior Rob's home day. Rob, 30s, straight-laced and keeps to himself, sits at his computer playing a game of online chess. He bites his thumbnail and finally makes a move. Ping! White wins. Rob pushes himself away from the desk in frustration. Damn it! He rolls his chair back to the keyboard, clicks on a speed round. Click, 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 click. Rob's eyes shift back and forth. Ping! White wins. Rob stands up and walks angrily in a circle, sits down, and clicks speed round. Click, 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 click. Rob's eyes shift back and forth. Ping! White wins. Rob grabs his mouse and slams it down repeatedly. What the fuck? He clicks on a speed round. Click, 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 click. Rob's eyes shift back and forth. Ping! White wins. Rob flops onto his couch, grabs a pillow, and yells into it. He clicks on a speed round. Click, click, click. Rob's eyes shift back and forth. White's king is cornered. The time ticks down. I've got you now. Rob clicks on his chess piece and moves it over the white king's piece. The white king piece. Ding dong. Rob turns to the door and turns back to the game. The timer runs out. Ping! White wins. Rob pulls at his hair as he walks to the door, his face red. He opens the door to reveal Warren, 30s, affable, Labrador energy, stands with his hands on his hips. Good morning, sunshine. Now this, everything below the line, that was our first draft. We're happy to save some of it, but what we're doing here is we're making sure that we're not being too precious with our first ideas. We have to be flexible, and we have to be able to be fluid and pivot to stronger ideas. What we got from reading our first draft was that it felt a little too comedic. It felt a little too much like an SNL sketch. It was moving really fast, but we told ourselves, and I'll show you here for everybody that has just rated and stuck around. This is our digital whiteboard. filled with all of our ideas, our outlines, and such. This is where we've landed. This is what we're trying to accomplish. This Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3, all of these beats. Decided it is a horror thriller about obsession. When we looked at the script, we decided what it was lacking was action, and that it needed to move through time in order to build suspense. And that action through time does build suspense. So we need to incorporate these elements. We need to see time pass to show the amount of obsession that the Warren character will be inflicting on Rob. We see Rob, who just wants to play online chess at home, and Warren, who becomes easily attached, just wants someone to talk to. He just moved into the neighborhood, and his co-worker lives there. He thinks this is going to be an easy friendship because they're the only people that they know in the neighborhood, but it's not going to be. We decided that the final line might be, "It's your move." And the way that Warren speaks is killing them with kindness, right? So he says, I hate to ask you this, if you don't mind. Hey, while you're up, could you? Or, let's see. We see that Rob is purposefully neglecting socializing for chess, enforcing our third act turn. Rob needs to get what he needs, not what he wants. He wants to play online chess at the cost of avoiding actually socializing with people. He wants the game, not the interaction. But that's what he needs. He needs a human connection, just like Warren does. So we see him ignoring text, voicemails, mail, neglecting a teapot, or a microwave chime. So what I'd like to do is, taking that into consideration, go back and take our own note. I'm going to be pulling up the script again. I know it gets kind of sloppy with all of these pages. So sorry, but it's the writer's life. It's what it is. A lot of pages, a lot of screens on the computer screen. Ideas in this economy. 20 stories. Yeah, I agree, Aitanshi. Yeah, sometimes I have a master list working. It's basically like an online Google spreadsheet, just full of like 70 or so ideas that I've come up with that are at different stages. This is in the seed of an idea. I wrote the first act of this. I'm not really sure where this is going. All ready to be, to be, you know, sown, planted, harvested. Barely Planted Rose says, honestly, I'm just as bad about docs and web pages when I'm coding. Oh, we have some coders in here. Nerderine, hey, what's up? It's like having a celebrity in the chat. Oh my god. I always am at work whenever you start streaming, by the way. I always get your notification. Whatever our schedules are, you're on my work schedule. And by work schedule, I mean outside of the stream. I'm always at work and never have the opportunity to pay attention. So guys, let's go ahead and make those changes, right? So let me see, are Scrolly and Mookie still here? Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and look at our script and put in those notes, ignoring the teapot, ignoring the text messages from the family, ignoring the answering machine, whatever it may be. I know answering machine's very 90s. Need to bring it into 2026. But we have a lot of action. I love action because screenplays are visual. We don't need to explain everything. So let's have him check his phone after this. Rob checks his phone. What is he ignoring? Is his mom saying, you know what, actually, let's be thematic here. We know that Warren is looking for friendship because he moved to this neighborhood to take care of his sick parents, and he desperately needs a friend. So if Rob has parents in good health that he's actively ignoring, that gives us a common thread, right? They're kind of related to each other in that way, but they don't know it yet. So Rob checks his phone. Text from Mom. Say a text from Mom reads, "How are you? Haven't heard from you in a few days." And then we'll put this on its own line so it doesn't get too murky. And we'll bold it just to give it a little life. And maybe texts are weird and everybody writes them a little differently. You can almost change the font too. So everything in Final Draft is basically Curry or New. But if we change something just slightly, like Times New Roman, right, it feels like a text message because it's its own thing, which I'm okay with. He rolls his chair back to the keyboard. He places his phone face down, rolls his chair back to the keyboard, and clicks speed round. Click, 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 click. Rob's eyes shift back and forth. Ping. White wins. What else is he ignoring? We have it on whiteboard. We said he ignores texts, voicemails, mail, teapot, microwave chime. If I may ask, why is he obsessed with chess? You may ask. This has an overarching theme of obsession. And he wanted to do something alone. So he is an online chess player, right? This was the germination of the idea, was a user in the chat named Scrolly. When we were brainstorming, we were using a real life event. We're just taking inspiration from real life. It's a little bit less of why is he obsessed with chess, and more of just a focus on a character study of a person who is obsessed with chess. You know, like, why do some people like chocolate? Why do some people go to church? Why do some people like football and other people like soccer? You know, everybody is an individual and has their own little obsessions. They bring us comfort. They help us escape from reality. But we all kind of choose our own poisons. And in this particular story, we also wanted to pick something that we could shoot. If he's obsessed with water parks, then that means, like, if we ever wanted to shoot this, we'd have to get a camera crew and go to a water park, and that's hard to do. Chess is something that you can download for free, play on any computer, and put in anybody's apartment or home. It's also a little bit of a pragmatic choice as well. Let's see. Okay, let's keep going. Scrolls, Mookie. Let's find something for him to ignore again after he loses another time. The tea kettle sounds. Squeals. In the kitchen. I almost like, actually, if we're talking about escalation, I'd want to put this right before his last win. How much can we build up to as many things happening as possible to make it feel like the most drama before ding dong turns to the door, timer runs out. White wins. Tea kettle squeals in the kitchen. White's king is cornered. The time clock kicks down. Got you now. Ding dong. White wins. Face red. Where's the shine? And then it'll be like making tea. Rob turns in, runs to the kitchen. Interior kitchen. Rob takes the tea kettle off the burner. Turns around. He grabs his chest, the sight of Warren. Standing behind him. That's scary. Somebody taking that social boundary, like he hasn't even been invited in yet, and he's made it. Think about how far somebody makes it into your living room without being invited. Like that's that social boundary in our notes that maybe we were thinking about pushing. But until then, we still need to escalate. I like the tea kettle. I just like that the sound is building up over the win. I think it belongs last, right? Everything's a ladder. Let me check the chat. Oh yeah. See, Mookie, boom. We're on the same wavelength. Sobican Live says, I see, that's cool. I suppose we don't need to know why, and perhaps it's better that way. Sort of a mystery. Yes, perhaps. Well, it's also like we just need to focus on characters and relationship. And it's less important about why he is obsessed with chess, but more important about why he has shut himself off from everybody else. He could have picked anything, but it's more that he has become introverted and standoffish and isolated. Right? This is a tale of somebody who's trying to become isolated and isolate themselves against somebody who's trying to root them out. They just have to be at odds with the other character. You have to create that conflict. Okay. So, what else? We have ignoring text, voicemails, very similar to texts. That almost makes me feel like voicemail should come first. You're not always expected to respond to a voicemail right away, but there's a little bit more urgency in a text message. Let's put it here. And then here we have Dad. Reads the he lifts the phone to his ear. Dad. Voiceover. Okay, so nothing much to say. Just checking in on you. And Mom, I'm going to eat crabs tonight. Thinking about you. Give us a call whenever it's easy for you. We don't want to have a misplaced modifier, so we changed he to Rob. Rob places his phone face down, rolls his chair back to the keyboard and clicks speed round, click, 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 ping, stands up, walks angrily in a circle. Hey, how are you? I haven't heard from you in a few days. Grabs into the pillow, yells, tea kettle. Okay, cool. Now listen, I'm so happy that the Raiders have come in. Really, truly, I am. Guys, be sure to follow me if you want to. You can like and subscribe to the YouTube page if you want to do the ad-free version of this. However, I usually stream till about 5. I went a little longer because I got rated, and I love you guys. But I'm about to run out of battery on my vertical live stream on my phone, and I have to walk my dog, and I have to do some chores. I've gone as long as I can, but what we have done is we've clarified even more of the story. We have rewritten our first act. I think it's much more interesting, much more propulsive in a way that pushes us into obsession horror territory. It feels a little bit more raw and a little less comedic, and we've really built out Rob's life, his sense of isolation. We've given him some backstory, and we're about to introduce this inciting incident, this other character, the antagonist, the person who wants change in this story. That would be Warren, who's going to come in and start messing up his entire life. Now, if you've been following me on the YouTube Vertical Live, hey, I'm about to peace out, but check out the description. Follow me in Twitch, on my YouTube Live, if you want to. Links are in the description. Be sure to like and subscribe. I appreciate everything. Thank you for even tuning in on Vertical Live. I know it's a pretty new format for me. Thank you, everybody in the chat, for participating. I appreciate you. I love that you show up. I will be working, hold on, I'm checking my work schedule. I'll be back on Tuesday. We'll do another Tuesday, baby. We'll do another Tuesday, and we'll keep going. Made a little storyboard and shared in the general chat on the Discord. Excellent. Thank you, Scrolls. Actually, I'll put it in ink and paint. That's cool too. How the storyboard shows it's less about the game and more about his obsession and hyperfocus, as well as the sense of being watched. Okay. Mookie says, I would probably soil myself if said someone good this morning sunshine like that. Yeah, that's why I like it. so we can live. Thank you. All right, yeah, have a good week, everyone. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for writing with me, guys. Writing is so therapeutic. It's so fun, and it's hard, but without pressure. We don't have to write, but we do. We do because we love it, and we love sharing stories, and we love exploring our inner psyche and expressing ourselves and hearing the voices of other people. It's almost a way to be social without having to talk to anybody in a way. But look, even if you're in a chat and you're typing, you're a writer. You're expressing yourself through words, through the words that you choose to use. Everybody's a writer. Everybody who's made a grocery list, who's dared to make a journal entry, to write a letter, to write a text, and even a voicemail is just an untranscribed written note. So, writers, thank you for showing up. Thank you for giving me your time. I'm always amazed that anybody shows up. I think it's fantastic. I think we can use more writers and readers in this world. So thanks for finding me on Twitch in the reading and writing section. Thanks for finding me on YouTube Live. Thanks for finding me on the vertical live stream and sticking around and giving me your thumbs ups and your hearts. I really appreciate it. All right, so I will be back next Tuesday from noon to 5 p.m. That is Pacific Standard Time, whatever time that is for you, whatever part of the world that is for you. Also, if you're still here, we're going to raid somebody. It's going to be fun. And before we go, be sure to like, subscribe, and if you can, it always helps me out to go to my YouTube channel pinned to the top of the chat. Like, subscribe, follow me there for longer content, not longer than a 5-hour stream, but videos where I do logline sprints, character creation, short stories, storytelling. Sometimes I'll just film myself reading the short stories that I've written. And also you can find little pieces of writer advice. If you're a writer and need help with grammar or inspiration or just all around advice about writing. All right, so let's see who we can raid today. Ooh, I think it'd be fun to raid Gabriel Saint Art today. If you want to keep the art ball rolling, he's really, really good. Not only does he talk about writing, but he will also talk about art, directing, cinematography. He's a speed drawer. He's a musician. All of it folds into itself. There's always something to learn on the Gabriel Saint Art channel. So let's give him a raid, all right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate you being here. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And no matter what you do, keep writing. And we're going to raid Gabriel right now. Here we go.
Face there, or is it just random scribbles? You tell me.
All right.
Oh,
And thank you guys. Appreciate you. And I'll see you next time.
What's up, dude?